Okay, good morning, everyone. A bit cool here this morning. I'm just checking my temperature here in sunny Bigger Waters, and it's 8 degrees. What do you got down there with you, Brad? It'd be a bit chillier with you, I'd say.
Tell you the truth, I think the thermometer's a bit cold down here in the shed, but outside it's a balmy 5 degrees at the moment, so yeah, it's a little cool.
Balmy 5 degrees. Well, I thought I'd go out in the balcony and try and give us a bit of inspiration for a bit of warmer weather. But anyway, I'm just looking over the schedule we got today. Have you seen what's happening today? I mean, I thought yesterday was a big day, but today is going to be even bigger.
Gee, it just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it, Martin? We've got a great range of guys and clinics coming in today from all over the world.
Yep.
We've had to rearrange Dave Abley's. He'll be pushed into time slot number 2 at 10 o'clock this morning. I'm really hanging out for that because I really enjoy Dave's layout and everything and how he does his tours. Who else do we have kicking off there? We've got
John Lawrence is up first. That's one of Miles's good friends, and he did a really neat clinic for NMRAx on signs, and he's coming back to give us a rerun of that again. And we've got Lloyd and Ralph from Canada, from the far north.
Another pair of great bottlers indeed.
Yeah, another great pair of modelers there. Ralph's going to do his diorama clinic, and Lloyd's going to give us a good breakdown on how you two can get a golden spike.
Yeah, interesting. And I see, as usual, NMRAx team here work endlessly, and I don't get a lunch break today. So then we roll straight into some of the Australian guys.
Well, that's it. Yeah, you and I can't go and get any fish and chips or anything today. That's all a thing of the past. We're going to have to go straight from one clinic into the next. And we've got the Aussie contingent starting up then, and Arthur Hayes from up here in Queensland. He's going to be doing one on building wagons from scratch. Craig Mackey's coming on. He's going to be making pallets again, so that'll be quite interesting. And Ken Scales from down in Sydney is going to do a kit and one on laser cut. Laser cut kits?
Yeah, laser cut kits. And then there's one that I'm really interested just to see how these guys produce a clinic and what information we can all pull from it. But I've seen some of the weathering that PK and Craig have been up to with some of this new stuff from Tamiya, and I'd be keen to see that. So weathering in a can and with an accent. That's that's
one I'm looking forward to, because these two guys are a good team to work together. It reminds me of a couple of something like the Odd Couple, But anyway,
they just don't quite seem to be right, but for some reason they fit
like a glove. Yeah. So
and then we jump onto some interlocking frames and signals by Wayne. So that's a pretty cool afternoon session there.
It is, and then we're actually going to get a break. We get a smoko then. We got to wait till 6 o'clock tonight before we can have a break, basically.
I dare say in true NMRAx style, it's an unpaid break as well.
Oh yeah, of course it is. I mean, the work periods that we do for NMRAx are unpaid, so I don't see how they're going to pay us to eat. Anyway.
And then we'll be back with our usual panel show, which is MMRs. So that's always a really good topic to have a chat about. And don't forget, get your questions in real early for that stuff, and I'll ask as many as I can.
Yep, Jerry Hopkins is going to be on there, Peter Jackson, Arthur Hayes, and Mike Bartlett. So we've got a selection of Australian MMRs on there to start fielding questions about the AP program and other matters.
So, Martin, I see there's a whole heap of people here in the chat already. I see Dave Abley's has made a comment there on Facebook. We've got Al. I see there's me and you in the chat there as well.
How did that happen?
I see there's quite a few more there. So why don't we touch on a bit of housekeeping, give them a quick rundown of what we've got going on elsewhere, not only on this platform right here.
Not a problem. Well, we've got the virtual meeting room will be open. Well, it is open now, and it'll be open all day to the close of the convention. Tonight at round about 9 o'clock or so. If you go over to weeby.com facebook.com/MRL-Aussies, and there's a link coming up in the slides that are playing through. There's a virtual meeting room over there. You can go, gather in the hallway at the front. Then if a bunch of you want to have a chat about a certain subject, you can disappear into one of the groups there, and that's a separate little meeting room, and you guys can have a chat in there, and you can always come back to the lobby and then pick another room or come back and have a chat with someone else or whatever. But it's the general socializing room for the convention. So that's over on weebie.com/MRL-Aussies. So look for the link when the slides come back up in the advertising. We will be going, we're streaming to YouTube and Facebook. And unfortunately, due to the international electron laws, we've got to stop every 5 hours or 6 hours?
It's every 6 hours, but we try to bring it back down to around that 5 just to play it safe.
Right, every 5 hours we've got to stop and restart the stream. When we restart the stream, if you're subscribed to the YouTube channel and you've hit the notification button, you'll get an email and a link straight to the new stream. So if you haven't done that, nip over to the YouTube channel for NMRA. So just go to YouTube and type in NMRA and it'll come up, the big blue logo. Type in there, subscribe, hit the notifications button, and you'll be set to go. If you're on Facebook, just keep an eye on your notifications, and another link will come up for you.
Okay.
Anyway,
we'll cut to some ads. We'll get the first clinic, and I'll also put those links to that lobby into the chat, so anyone wants there can just click on those links and head over. But we'll roll a few ads, and we'll get our first clinic up for the day.
See you then. Okay, good morning everyone again. We're back in the studio. I finished my coffee out on the balcony, so I thought I'd come back in here. And hey, presto, our first clinician sitting here ready to go all the way from Kansas City, I believe. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, I've got that wrong. I thought you were near Miles in
San Antonio, Texas.
San Antonio, Texas. See, I wasn't far off. It's only down the road.
True.
So, yeah, so we weren't far off for an Australian navigating. It's that's not bad. But anyway, for over 35 years, this master model railroader has been informing and entertaining modelers with tips, techniques for building better layouts. His presentation at NMRA conventions, YouTube, and on working on the Railroad television series on the DIY network has been seen by hundreds of thousands of viewers. So today he will share some tips for making signs on your layout look correct for the era of your model, and would like to welcome John Lawrence.
Thank you. I'm going to go to share. And we should be ready. Well, I'd like to thank everybody for coming this morning. It's kind of early for you. It's late in the evening for us. But I want to talk a little bit today about signs for your model railroads. And one of the things, I guess the way to start is essentially that we have, how many times have you gone to somebody's railroad and, they're running steam engines from 1950, but all of the streets look like they're right out of 2020. And most of the time when you get that sensation, it's because they have their signage and their lettering and the choice of colors and things that they're using are not really appropriate for the era that they've chosen to model. So it's kind of one of those things that a lot of people are more concerned with how to build the sign than they are with whether I should build that particular sign or what kind of sign should I build. So that's what we want to talk to today. It's not so much how to build it. There's lots of people to show you how to make signs, but what kind of sign should I build is essentially what I'm hoping to talk a little bit about today. If I can get my advance to work here for me. And there we go. So let's start with what should a sign do? What's the actual purpose of it? It's decoration for us on a model railroad, but in the real world, a sign has a whole different reason to exist, and that reason is really to do nothing more than attract attention. And so in outdoor signs and advertising, which is mostly what we're modeling is the outdoor stuff, we want to attract the maximum audience attention with that particular sign. We want them to come into our store, or we want them to buy our little liver pills or whatever it is we happen to be selling. So knowing about signs, and hopefully that will allow us to build more realistic ones when it's time for us to do that. Now, most of our outdoor signs are dictated by technology. And there's two technologies to kind of look at to start with. And the first one is, where's the audience? If I'm going to go to the cost of building a sign, I certainly want to build this sign in a location where the maximum number of people are going to be able to see it. The second one has to do with the visibility and lighting technology that is available to me to again attract more attention. Color, lighting, all of these things are just nothing more than attention getters. So the technology that's available again depends on the era that I'm modeling. And so if I'm going through you know, the old porcelain sign and adding light bulbs and then going to electronic stuff and plastic extruded signs. You know, they all depend on the era and the technology that was available to me. So one of the things that you really ought to do is pick a time for your railroad. And most of us have already done that. If you're attending a convention, you're probably already at that point. But stick to that time because it keeps us real. We had here in Texas, in the United States, April is the season when the wildflowers come out. We have these bluebonnets. It's also so I had a scene I put together on our model railroad, and I had some deer up there on the side of the hills in the middle of a field of bluebonnet flowers, and this Bubba guy came in, and you know, kind of one of those redneck dudes, and he says them deer would have those horns in April because April is the fly. And so in a sense, my whole model railroad became a toy to him because and he wasn't a railroader, but he sure ate my lunch on that one because he was absolutely correct. So these little things regarding the putting your railroad into a time, they're not something we normally think too much about, but we really should because era is a real important thing. It helps us determine our railroad equipment. It helps us determine what figures we're going to use. You know, do I want short sleeves or long sleeves at a particular time? What kind of vehicles do I want to put on the railroad? What kind of structures? And including what kind of signs do I want to put on, you know, on my stores, on my roads, on my structures and things. So it is an important kind of thing. So let's start with where is the audience? You know, transportation hubs were where the audience was, even way back from, you know, in the olden days. And so early signs tended to face the places that brought people into town. If you were on a waterfront, they often faced the docks and the piers. On the rivers, again, anywhere that passengers would be landing or deboarding, you used to see lots of signs. If you've seen these pictures of old San Francisco and stuff, all those buildings were painted with signs. The other place that passengers arrived was on the railroads, and so as you came into town, the signs were all along the railroad, so the passengers could read and see what was available when they got into town or deboarded the train at the station. So that was where the audience was. That changed over time, and the audience started in trolley cars. You know, trolley car advertising here used to have these little strips of signs up in the top of advertising all kinds of things from gum to Carter's little liver pills. And so, you were constantly bombarded with this advertising. Automobiles, of course, the same thing. So the signage moved to the streets and roads and along wherever the trolley cars were, in addition to the railroads and the piers and that sort of thing. Another factor that affected this was visibility and cost. And so in the beginning, electricity, if electricity was available to you for signs, it would have been very expensive and something you would have put inside the store long before you put it outside on a sign. So what you found then was that the early signs tended to be painted by painters right onto the side of the building or the structure because they owned the structure, it was there. And one of the keys the sign painters learned early on was to use high contrast between the lettering and the background. So what you found was usually in the olden days, light letters painted onto a dark background, being mostly black background with white letters. And that gave you, if you ever look at it, it gives you the best night visibility without any kind of external lighting of any kind of signage. It's even better than the white background with the dark letters. The other thing with the white background is that white paint tended to weather a lot faster than the black and or very, very dark colored background paints. So in the interest of cost, again, there was just a predominance of white letters on black backgrounds. And then you look at these old pictures and you can see it. And that we'll talk timelines in a little bit, but basically that extended over a long period of time. There is a lot of lag in the changing signs, and there's a lot of carryover from one era to the next era to the next era. And you could still run around and find hand-painted signs on the side of buildings that were painted 50, 100 years ago. So there's a tremendous amount of carryover. When we think about the art of sign painting, it was an apprentice job, at least in this country. I'm not sure about yours, but it was an apprentice position. So I went into town and I learned it from the local sign painter. And probably when he retired, I became the local sign printer. And in a big city, there might have been a dozen or two of us or something that did this. But I learned what my teacher knew. And so most of the time, there were very limited fonts available. We didn't have the computer thing with going in and doing all these fantasy fonts like we can do today. So if you're making signs for your model railroad and you're into for example, a steam era, remember that mostly they used capital letters. They changed the size of the letter to do it, but they tended to use capital letters, caps, all the way through capital letters for the most part, either big or small. No, they use very few other kinds of things and very limited fonts. Most of the time, signs, logos for companies were encased in some kind of a border. And so it was a fad sort of for many, many years to do that. But it also was something that in the printing process was very convenient to have, because I could emboss a logo on an envelope. I could use that same encased sign for a porcelain sign in front of my gas station or whatever. So they did that. And even on consumer items like this old pack of Lucky Strikes here. Another factor with this fad thing was certain words were in use at certain periods of time. So here, for example, I've got an aggregate thing on our club layout. It's a gravel pit. Today, everybody would say Lone Star Gravel, but back in the 50s, they would use the word aggregates for that type of operation. So here again, just a little bit of research about what was cool at the time, what words were in use, and that sort of thing helps me to make a little more realistic sign that looks older than it would if I'd have put gravel. Now we continue to talk about lighting and materials. In the early days, what they mostly had was existing light. Even if they had electricity, it was expensive. So one of the tips, or one of the ways they like to do this, you used to see a lot of these signs on top of structures, because there was a great contrast between the sky and the lettering on the sign. So it was very visible, very readable. Here again, we would see the black with the white letters, and usually enclosed in some kind of white line or something. But the high contrast again. Another thing that happened that the people learned, the advertising people learned, was that even if it was dark and you couldn't necessarily read this lettering on this sign, if my sign was a standardized logo that you saw all the time, your mind would fill in the blanks, even if you couldn't read the letters, if you could see the thing. So, for example, the bowling pin here is, even if you can't read bowling, it's pretty obvious that this is probably a bowling alley, or that the Rexall drugs or the Coca-Cola logo became the symbol of their company. As lighting became more important, one of the things they did was they used the headlights, oncoming headlights of any kind of thing that they already had. Now, electricity was around over here since 1879 was the first light bulb, but before it ever got to the point where they were wasting it out on billboards and things like that, they did things like reflective paint. It was invented in the 30s, and they would then paint glass beads into this, mix it into this paint, so they could paint and it would reflect light back to them. So a headlight from a car, or a headlight from a locomotive, or even light coming out of a window might reflect on this sign. The other thing they liked to do was they would use glass beads, like these little reflectors that we used to have on our bicycles when I was a kid. And these then also would reflect the light. Here are railroad crossings signals. Often were the letters were basically filled in with a series of these little glass reflectors. What happened with the paint, which was kind of interesting, is it allowed you, for maximum reflection, to reverse the lettering. So the dark letters and light background, instead of the other way that it had been for years and years and years, although this was limited in its use, but it gave you the maximum reflection, and it was able to read. And of course, it became a fad because it was. So these are Chicago L signs, by the way, just so you'll know, and how they changed over a period of time. When light bulbs did become available for advertising use, the first thing you saw was typically just an early floodlit sign. So here's a DX porcelain sign with a light bulb that's flooding. Another thing that they did frequently is they would put letters onto a front of a building or across the top of a canopy of a building, and then put light bulbs behind it. So what you had was basically a light that outlined the letters themselves. In some cases, they would actually put the light bulbs in the letters. Theaters were notorious for this. It was a very popular thing to do in theaters. There at the L, what they did is they had glass, and they did the letters in glass, and they put light bulbs inside of the housing so that the sign was backlit. And here's a modern version of that same thing. But the backlit letters opened up new realms for this sort of thing. In 1915, we had neon tubes. And so what they did essentially, it became very popular, but it was very expensive. But it was incredibly good because you could see it for huge distances, and it was a major attention getter. But some of the disadvantages, you still had to paint the sign and then put the neon tubes on top of the sign. So you still needed that. But that was a huge thing that ran for a number of years, and then it went out of fashion. Today it's coming back into fashion. A friend of mine who worked at the headquarters at a major company that had these retro neon signs through their whole restaurant operation. Now they're taking them down because every time there's a hailstorm, the cost to replace those broken tubes is just too high. The next technology advance that came along really is still in use today. It's incredibly popular, but it's a version of the inside lit. And instead of having neon tubes shaped to the letters, they just put standard old neon tubes inside the frame of the sign, and then they put plastic over the top so they could take that off and replace the tubes with a cheap tube, instead of having to go and have a sign maker make neon tubes to replace them. This plastic front was normally extruded, meaning sometimes it was three-dimensional, and it would be backlit with just regular old lights. But here, once again, what it allowed us to do in the advertising business was to go with the more light came through that sign, the better. So we would use white backgrounds with a darker letter. And so again, that neon light inside would do it. All of you have seen other examples of this, the light bulbs inside of the glass, the old glass gasoline pumps, for example. We used to have these telephone booths all around that had the same kind of effect. Now, there are some more modern sign materials that if you're a modern modeler, that the older guys doing steam probably wouldn't bother with, but a popular one today is hand carved wood. It's rather expensive and it doesn't weather well, but it's it's an attention getter, so they use it. Another thing here, I don't know if you guys have them or not, but these flag things, fabric signs, and they're all over everywhere, and they just kind of flap in the wind, which is a very attention-getting thing. Again, you're extruded plastic, but with the addition of the lighting that I can change, instead of having to go out with an old pole and put the $1.69 and change it every 5 minutes to a higher price. All I would do is go inside and reprogram it on the computer. The other thing here that's become very big that is going to be fun to model for modern modelers is the TV signs. They're giant TV signs, and some of them are LEDs. This is one I saw the other day. It's a truck with an LED sign on it, and the guy can change it. It's constantly changing as he goes. There are many, many other attention grabbers. One of the popular ones through time has been to put some information on your sign that everybody is interested in, like what time is it? So jewelers, a lot of times, other kinds of things would use a clock or incorporate the clock into their regular signage just to get your attention. Specialty places, like there's no doubt that this store with this guitar sign is somehow involved in something to do with music. The taxidermy signs with the deer or the elk or something. The horse breeder signs with the things. I always get a kick out of those because they're pretty popular here in Texas. The other thing that has gone on since the beginning of masonry is the cast in stone sign, and these things, they were a tribute to the masons of the day. But when this Chevrolet dealer becomes a Ford dealer, it's a little rough on them how they're going to have to cover that up with something else, I'm afraid. So we have various kinds of things that are faddish. Another thing is laws. What kind of laws were in effect? And so over here, we had, like in the 20s, we had our first farm to market roads. Prior to that, it would have been dirt or gravel. in 1924 was the peak of our railroad passenger traffic, other than during World War II for a little while. And in 25, outdoor advertising formed an association. And from that point on, regulations and rules and laws started governing outdoor advertising and what kind of signage you could put up as a storekeeper or a product owner or an advertising agency. In 56, we started our interstate highway construction. By 65, we had the Highway Beautification Act. So knowing or just looking that up will tell me what kind of restrictions I might have if I want to put some billboards along the road, because it governed everything within 660 feet of a interstate highway, but not necessarily a back road. So these are the kinds of things that you just might want to look at. There was also a law here in this country banning cigarette advertising on outdoor advertising. So if I'm a modder and modeler, I don't want to have the Marlboro man there smoking cigarettes. But all of this kind of knowledge and this little bit of research just helps me, and it really helps me if I have to guess or fake it. Because if I've got to do that, the knowledge is a really good thing to have. So let's take a look at some sample time periods. And I need to tell you, these are really loosey-goosey because there was so much carryover. When you painted a sign on the side of a building that, it might be there for 100 years. Also, sometimes they painted over them and so on. But roughly, we'll use the Chicago L signs. When you look at these signs, you can really see change just from one thing. In the early days, the no light, then even with the glass reflectors, when you went to light bulbs and the reflective paint, you had a whole different look. It let them do a different thing with the design of the sign. And then by the time we get to the 70s, 80s, 90s, and there, we started adding more color. You started seeing more color to advertising. Lighting was cheaper for outdoor advertising. So a lot of times a company would now put a light bulb or hanging a gooseneck or something over one of these outdoor billboards that they had painted on the side of their building or whatever. And so I now, it's becoming cheaper to electrify this stuff. So they started going with more color and using color as a new way to attract attention. And interestingly enough, around 2000, it's sort of like we went in, at least in the US, we went into a retro thing. It became a fad to go back and put real neon lights in, and have a sign maker form the tubes and all of that kind of stuff, like my friend with the Taco Cabana, things I was telling you about a minute ago. So again, what you see is they started returning to things like the darker background with the lighter letters. They didn't have to, because now they can electrify it, but they did anyway, just to be different, just to be cool, so it's something something different from everybody else. Also, in the earlier railroading, if we look at backgrounds and lighting, remember we had the dark backgrounds, light lettering. But another thing, the logos were enclosed, they were encased. Things tended to be encased. Also, things as we were coming out of the Victorian era, at the turn of the century, what we had was more intricate stuff. The advertising was more intricate and so on. Again, back in those days, the painting tended to be painted directly on the structure by a skilled but somewhat limited in what fonts and things they might be able to use sign painter. The signs were enclosed in a border. They were elaborate, And again, they faced the railway or they faced the waterway. By the turn of the century and through World War One, the big steam years, we still had the carryover of the dark backgrounds and light lettering, especially on the sides of buildings. And the borders continued around things. You started to see more signs hanging on the front of buildings through the teens and 20s and 30s. This became incredibly popular. And then combining the sign with neon, it sort of became the symbol of downtown, especially larger cities, their structures. By the 20s, you started seeing more of the Art Deco thing coming in. So that would affect the fonts. So you started seeing more of those. This thing about hanging the letters directly on the building, often with an inch or 2 inches between the actual letter and the face of the building, became a very popular thing to do. Sometimes they would actually put light bulbs in the backs of these letters, so the instead of reflecting through the letter, it shined onto the wall of the structure behind it. So and that in a way cast a light on the background and illuminated the letter in reverse. So these are all just new cutesy ways of doing it. You had the back get lit glass. The actual spotlight was coming on board, not just a light bulb, but a directed, reflected light bulb that we would call, you and I would call a spotlight now, more like a headlight in our cars. By the 40s through the 60s, even all the way through the 60s, through World War II, this dark background thing continued. If you look at pictures from the 40s, you see all kinds of these signs painted on the side of buildings, and they are not all bright colors. You started to see a little more color, but those buildings, some of those little signs were now 50 years old, and so they stayed the way they were. Again, the borders continued. Now, what you started to get now, by the 60s and 50s, was more and more signs up on poles. And so the freestanding poles became a thing. Again, a little more color, more elaborate signs with neon floodlights. And then the plastic extruded signs started up. And all of a sudden, the sign was totally independent of the building. It was independent of the electricity because they ran it under the ground and so on. The other thing that changed in that about 60 through 80s, 90s was the way the people used the logos for their products. So what you started to see was borderless signs. Colonel Sanders here, no borders. The Silva pools, Silva is the logo. So the way the font that they use, the little fancier fonts, the font that they use for the logo became their symbol. Harry's hot dogs here, the H in Harry's. Again, they continue to use logos like the 76. And all of these things tended to be loosed from the borders, and these freestanding poles allowed it. The lighted plastic letters directly on a building, which is Piggly Wiggly here. Those lights are plastic on the front, but they have light bulbs inside, so that they can turn that on at night, and the Piggly Wiggly stands out. Also, they might be floodlit or backlit, but again, that allowed more color. We've already mentioned the federal regs on billboards and restrictions that we had here on laws. Now, when we start getting into our more modern modeling, we're looking at lots and lots of black backlit plastic signs. Again, logos where the logo is actually, Sunny's here. Sunny doesn't have a logo. It's not encased in anything like it would have been back in 1920. It is right there, and the word is the logo. So we started getting the retro. What you had here too is sometimes a combination of the two. Here we've got the light background with the dark letters, and now we got a dark background with light letters here. So this is the kind of thing that we had. It's a retro thing that started up. Digital vinyl replaced painting on billboards along the highways. They would just almost like wallpaper put this stuff up, and a revival of neon that we mentioned a minute ago, but and lots of letters on the buildings. Again, the newer stuff, when we look at the continuation of the extruded aluminum plastic sign with those regular good old neon bulbs inside, because they're so cheap and effective. But now we're starting to add other things, the LEDs and the lights. And then this TV thing, which is just kind of amazing to me. I sometimes wonder if it causes more crashes than it, because it attracts too much attention. But these signs literally change every 15 seconds to something new. So now an advertiser can put 3 or so products on here in the time that it took us to look at one in the past. Again, remember, there's exceptions to everything I've said. There's carryover between transition from the old to the new. They don't always occur together. But again, if you're going to do an exception, keep it to a minimum. Try to model what was the most prevalent thing in your time period, and the most modern thing for 1955, not 2005 if you're modeling steam. So that's the kind of thing. Keep those exceptions to a minimum, but they would have existed. And overall, your railroad will reflect the era that you're trying to model. The other thing that's kind of funny sometimes today is Highway 66 here in this country is a popular road that the folks have been, all the towns along these roads have been recreating or even painting fantasy signs on the sides of their buildings, so that they want you to get the feel that it looks like 1950 or something, when it's really not at all. It's just another modern way of attracting attention and to get you to stop as you travel that old historical highway. There's another thing that went on in signage and things in this country, and we see it all over. And finding information about this is incredibly difficult. Like Coca-Cola is the company that comes to mind. There are so many places with this Coca-Cola sign, and that they had to have a salesman going out saying, look, we'll paint your barn, or we'll paint your sign, or we'll give you the sign if you put our logo on it, and you can put your cafe name or whatever, your store, whatever that you want on this. You have to agree to keep it there had to be some kind of a sales program. We know, of course, you can find it for things like mail pouch tobacco. They would go out to the farmer and say, I'll paint your barn if you'll let me put my company logo on it. And they knew that was probably good for 20 years or something for the guy that's the farmer, and he gets a free paint job, or he gets his cedar shingles redone and repainted, courtesy of the product. I guess at this point, my question is: are there any questions to you?
Okay, that again, John, that was a brilliant presentation on signage, and it's certainly given me some ideas on on what to put on my layout, being so I'm going to be doing a modern era layout. So, well, modern era 1980s. But yeah, based in Melbourne, I've been looking at lots and lots of photos of stores and signs and different types of neon signs that they had in the city at that time. Of course, it's very hard to buy any of them. I've fallen in love with those electroluminescent paper neon signs that are commercially available, but it's very hard to blend them into an Australian scene. There's only certain ones that you could use because we
Are you talking about those ones with the batteries and the
yeah.
they flash and they do those are marvelous.
Yes, yeah, they're amazing, those, and if they're applied in the right way, they look absolutely stunning. But it's just the subject matter of some of them, you know, like we didn't have Rexall drugstores in Australia, so it kind of wouldn't fit in.
Right. Are you ready for me to stop sharing?
Yeah, you could stop sharing. I've got you in the studio here now. I think Brad's there, so I believe.
So.
Okay. I'll go to where is it? You can never find these things when you want it. Okay. So let me go back now to the chat and let's have a look. So we got any questions coming in? It's been pretty thin. These Australians don't like asking questions in the chat. So,
well, it's kind of early there.
Yeah,
people are must be waking up. And the other thing, I just really don't know. You know, it's I've not had the opportunity to come to Australia, and that's my loss, I think. But I you know, in Europe, for example, it's really unusual to go there and find signs for American products that I sometimes think they're not even sure there were American products, you know, Campbell's soup or Heinz ketchup or those kinds of things. So it's really kind of funny what signage is available in, you know, around the world.
Yes, well, there's a couple. As I said, I'm going to be modelling Melbourne in the early '80s, and there's two. I guess in Melbourne, there's two iconic neon signs that used to be up, and one was on two old grain silos as you came off the freeway coming into the city. Was a NMRAx, which is a company here that makes garden hoses. And they had a clock that flashed between the time and the temperature. And that was a bit of an icon. And the other one was the Skipping Girl vinegar. We've got a brand of vinegar. Yeah, we've got a brand of vinegar out here called Skipping Girl vinegar. And they used to have a neon sign up which had the girl there actually skipping through the rope, and it was animated. So I've seen a guy's actually done a laser cut wooden cutout of that sign. So I've been toying with the idea of getting hold of it and then seeing how we can do the neon animation. But in HO, it's getting pretty small and have to be with the real small LEDs. But yeah, that's the big thing I think with signage as well. And I've done that. I've been modelling an Australian scene, and I've ended up building up a kit, and I've put the signs that came with it, and they're either European or American, and you go, hang on, that doesn't really fit. So it's off to the printer and the computer and see what we can find and resize it. But yeah,
anyway. It's interesting that you noted that one of those iconic signs has the time and the temperature. So that's pretty much the same as here. It's sort of a good way to get your attention because everybody wants to know what time it is.
Yeah, and how hot or how cold it is.
As if they didn't know, if they couldn't feel it. They want to confirm what it is. But did you have the painting on top of barns and things like that?
Sorry?
Did you have the painting of the barns like where they would go out and put Bull Durham, chewing tobacco or something, and paint your barn if you would?
Not really. Uh, in the rural area, and I mean, there wasn't that much traffic or the likes going past there. It was mainly when you got into the towns that signage would start up.
Yeah.
We never really had that painting of barns and putting advertising. Well, I've never seen it anyway in my travels around the place. Someone in the chat may disagree, and they may say that yes, there was barn painting, but yeah, we'll see what pops up. There's a few in here. There's mostly comments on how good the clinic was and the presentation. Mark Stafford's there. He's saying it's excellent talking points, easily adopted. And then there's another comment there. He's never thought that the early signs were all in caps, and that's one thing that's been pointed out. And if I go over to Facebook, my Facebook isn't working that well. Do you have anything there, Brad?
So I do. There's one there from Bob that says there are some internet resources for proper fonts for highway signs in various US eras. Are there some similar resources for font choices of advertisement?
Well, I don't know. Most of the time, the way if I were cheating, I would try to stick to the block lettering, because that was the easiest thing for an apprentice sign maker to learn. And until they got really good, they probably weren't doing script and things like that. Today, of course, with the computers, there's, you can make up your own fonts, but I don't know of a resource to go to look at it. There's a couple of books that have been written. One called The Art of Advertising, or Outdoor Advertising, but it's mostly just a picture book that shows that kind of thing. Also, the other interesting thing about this is it's hard. There's almost nothing on the internet. When you go and type in signs, what you're going to get is advertisements for sign companies that want to produce signs for you. But type in the history of signs, and you get almost nothing. It's kind of a strange thing. If you do a little better if you type in outdoor advertising, because you'll come up with some of the stuff from the outdoor advertising agencies and our association and that sort of thing. But there is, I haven't found yet, at least, a resource like you're talking about that would allow me to look at a font and copy that font and say that font existed in 1910. It's just, if it's there, I don't know where to find it.
Okay. Anything else there, Martin, that you can see?
I don't see. Let's have a little look. Does John have any comments about safety signs, which have become more and more common in recent times? But in old times, there weren't signs saying X days since the last accident, etc., etc.
In the United States, they were everywhere.
They were?
Absolutely everywhere. Almost every facility, factory, any place where people were working around machinery, or where there was any really danger, there was that sign that said 83 days accident free, and that sort of thing. My father was a safety guy for Standard Oil, and one of their concerns was that with those signs at some point was that they were causing plant managers to hide injuries so that they could keep their sign, and keep their record, 450 days accident free, that sort of thing. So at some point they kind of went out of favor.
Okay, well,
All right, right around to the second set of.
hang on a tick.
All right, everybody, I gotta.
Mark's, there's a couple of other comments and questions come up in the chat. So Peter Jensen
Yeah, and that
put
should
up
be
a
fine.
post here
We'll roll
saying
it as
there
we
were
get
quite
there.
a
I'm just
few
gonna-
barns or sheds in western New South Wales with painted signs on them. So I guess that was something that that happened out there. Somebody else put a comment in about what about the now thing of painting wheat silos? Is that over here? A lot of wheat silos are being decorated by different artists and the likes.
You know, our version of that hasn't so much been the wheat. I know of one here in Texas that's been done that way, but it's a non-functioning one. So what they're doing is they're taking some of these old grain elevators, is what I think you're calling a wheat silo, and they're converting them over to everything you can think of, everything from condos to gift shops. But our version of that is that you drive into a fairly small town, and there's a building there, and they will do a mural on the side of the building. Usually tied to the history of the town, you know.
Yeah.
So if you're driving into Boonesboro, you know, there's a picture of Daniel Boone, you know, holding a rifle with his coonskin cap, that sort of thing.
Cool. Okay, let's have a little look over here. Robert saying here he can remember the days of the safety signs mentioned. So, and Mark's Mark's been out looking for a new car. He had a storm come through and the tree went through his car. So he spent today buying a new car. So,
Yes, I'm going to be live here.
okay, that's about it for the questions in YouTube. What about you over with Facebook, Brad? Is there?
I think that's about it, and I see we're running out of time here a little bit, Martin.
Yeah, we should wrap this up. John, we could talk about signs for hours and hours, I think, especially when you start digging up some historic neon signs and the likes. But that was a great presentation as always. And the Australian region thanks you for your time, and that was great.
Well, thank you so much for having me and spending a little bit of time with me. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. You take care over there.
You do the same.
Bye. Okay, so welcome back to the studio. As we said yesterday, we had a bit of a problem hooking up with Dave Abeleys. The old internet connections didn't want to work. Anyway, this morning we were at the Onondaga cutoff. They've got an op session in full swing, as you can see by the number of people that are in there. Dave's at the ready here to give us a tour of the layout and a description of the operating session. So I guess you guys don't really want to listen to me rabbit on, but I'd like to introduce Dave Abeleys from New Jersey in the US, and we'll hand it straight over to you, Dave.
Well, good evening, everyone. And it's a good evening here in the United States, in New Jersey. It's a good morning in Australia, and wherever you are in the world listening to this section, I'd like to welcome you all to Conrail's Onondaga Cutoff. You have arrived at a good time here. We are at CP 280 on Conrail's Onondaga Cutoff. And we've got the local here who's working in the yard back and forth. And he'll be headed out. And so what we're going to witness tonight, everyone, is a snapshot of an actual operating session. In fact, the first operating session on Conrail's Onondaga Cutoff since the pandemic began. So this is local ON10 with his B23-7.
So when Scott comes around, he's got a TV5 that's just about ready. He's pulling out now, right?
Conrail Mohawk TV5 over. Signal indication CP 274, okay to the west. Got one coming east again to 277.
And so these loads will head out over here towards the industrial yards out east of the yard. This is run on a fast clock. So what we've got basically going on here, everyone, now that's a rare caboose in this time period, 1994 in the United States. And they call it a shoving platform. It's there for the long reverse move they have to make to work some of the industries on the far side of town. And so, right at it, I'd love to give a proper introduction, but sometimes when the railroad's busy, we just got to watch some trains.
That's right.
We got COSC on the main line charging some air. And the TV80, this is an important Chicago UPS train headed east. Being run from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, about 300 miles away. So remote operations has become a big part of the Onondaga Cutoff, as the regular viewers are aware, and it's a pleasure to be here with you guys tonight. We got UPS trailers, we got little LTL, less than truckload trailers, little short guys. Southern Pacific Golden Pig. Oh, a neat Seaboard trailer. Seaboard system, one of the southern railroads in the United States. The trailers and the trains are generally interchangeable on the prototype. The trailers carry the revenue, and the flat cars are just there to make sure that the trailers get where they're going. So you can see all sorts of combinations and variety. And TV8 is headed east to New Jersey with the morning mail. Should be there by mid-afternoon. Big Iroquois paper plant in the background there. So that was a quick few minutes. And it's always fun when that happens, everyone. But again, I'm Dave Abeleys, and welcome to Conrail's Onondaga Cutoff. It's a pleasure to be here and all over the world to be talking to everybody tonight with the Australasian region of the NMRA and everything that they have to offer. And it's just a great organization with some of the most forward-thinking people in the world, I think, when it comes to these remote operations and when it comes to expanding the hobby and letting us all get there virtually. And my personal thanks go out to Martin and Brad Anderson, but also in Australia, of course, but Also, Speed here in the United States, the nickname Speed, with his railroad down in Texas. Obviously, a number of people that are involved. Gordy Robinson, the new president of the National Model Railroad Association. Congratulations to him as well. But this is a new era, and I'm really excited to be part of it. It's an honor to be able to talk to everybody in real time tonight here, tomorrow morning there. And we've got a wonderful 45 minutes coming up of some heavy-duty mainline action on one of Conrail's most important railroads in the United States in 1994, but also one of the most important railroads in the world if you look at railroad history and even economic history over time. So it's an exciting place to be, and we'll be trying to capture some of that energy and that excitement here on the Onondaga Cutoff. The title of the presentation, of course, tonight is Signals and Interlockings, which brings up a really good point. So I'd like to take a quick time to show you something interesting that I think you'll get a kick out of. So bear with me here. We're going to turn you guys around so you can see the layout again.
Ah, I noticed the vans there, the minivan.
The mighty minivan. Minivan mega fun, as they say. Minivan mega fun. But I just wanted to point out the location of the camera tonight.
Ah, yes. An excellent book. I think both Brad and I have been reading that. So
not to stem the tide, of course, but this is the location of the cover shot for my book, Signals and Interlockings. And I wanted to bring you guys a video from this location tonight, just so that you'd be able to experience a little bit of what we're actually talking about when it comes to signals and interlockings. It's a really important part of what we do on the Onondaga Cutoff, and it's an ongoing challenge. Nothing's ever simple in life. But no, I think that's the computer, Rich. We had a little bit of an audio issue here. I don't think the computer was muted, and so it was repeating. It was reverb. You got to mute when you open this thing up. And now that's out. As usual, this is Saturday night in Lebanon, New Jersey. We're at the long end of an internet, and even though it's the New York metropolitan area, we have some snafus, which you guys are all familiar with from last night's debacle. So, never a dull moment, everyone. But we see a clear signal here that has been pulled up on track 2, because in the distance here, we're looking at train COSE, who has worked the yard. And Home Shops, it's a new company that started up by Chris Palomari, and the covered hoppers that have toured the Onondaga Cutoff and a couple other railroads nationally are actually set off in the yard now. COSE made a quick move that I was hoping to capture on camera. And we'll take a look at that as we go on here. But you can see that the complicated web of tracks that go into the yard here are an integral part of what we're doing. So during an operating session, we try and emulate the prototype as much as we can. And what we're seeing here in the foreground, the switches in the foreground here beyond the signals, are all controlled, which means that the dispatcher, in this case, or an operator if there were still a tower at this location, but the dispatcher or operator controls those switches and also controls those signals that you see on the bracket mast there at the center of the photograph, or the video, I should say. And that's sort of the basis, the very basic building blocks of what we talk about when we've got signals and interlockings. So interlockings are protected places on these mainline railroads. Between the signals is the interlocking limits, and those are switches and territory that is directly controlled by a dispatcher or operator, which is an amazing way to increase the efficiency, because the crews then don't have to throw the switches. And so as we're waiting for some more traffic to build here, we'll take a quick look around the room so you guys can see where we're standing here. So behind me is the dispatcher's console with my best buddy, Jack Trabacchino, and those on the AML network. Jack just gave us a wave. So this is the now famous Jack Trabacchino, who's been interviewed on the AML. He never wanted to be famous.
I didn't ask for this.
But some things in life we don't ask for; they just happen.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Oh, Look at I can.
Yeah, you can do the pose. That's it. That looks good.
I'm trying to yeah. So we got a train passing here, everyone. Some B-36-7s from Rapido. And yet another meet here at CP280. Zoom on in. The stack train, you can see the super elevation in the track. Prototype railroads, just like roads, they will slant their right of way so that they can keep the center of gravity in a better spot and raise the speeds. This looks like a TV77 train. TV77 is a mix of trailers and stacks, as you can see. And you'll see the signal now on top there has dropped to red. It was green, and it's down to red as the train occupies the block. The detection system can detect the current across the rails, and it knocks the signals down and allows the system to see where the train is. And that's the foundational logic of railroad signaling. UPS trailers, Preferred 45, which was a leasing company in the United States back in the 90s. A Conrail trail van, some JP Hunt. Oh, and the Rio Grande. Can't go wrong with that. I love the Rio Grande. And one of the ring engineering engine train devices there on the rear end of that train as they go west. And so another character that you should all meet here is sitting next to Jack. And Rich, if Mr. Rich Wisniewski, if you don't mind, you can just wave to the world. That is the famous Rich Wisniewski, everyone.
G'day, Rich.
Susie, would you like to say hello? This is my daughter, Susie.
Hi.
Hello.
So it's a group effort on the Onondaga cutoff, as you can see. And what I'd like to do, we're gonna take you off the tripod here, so pardon the bounce a little bit. But part of what I wanted to do for this crowd tonight was give you a little bit of an insider tour. We'll show you some angles you wouldn't normally have as part of the Facebook Live events, which you're all familiar with. So you can see this is what we call CP280. CP280 stands for Controlled Point 280. And again, it stands for a location on the railroad where a dispatcher or operator can control switches or signals. The little silver cabinet here on the top is called a bungalow, and that's where the circuitry is contained. And usually where the tower used to stand, and of course that would be in the aisle on this model railroad. Looking at it right now, I'm just trying to get it to focus in a little bit for you here. And COSE here we go. They're on the move. This is Dave Barraza, another AML favorite. Jim Schweitzer behind. They're working together on COSE.
Yeah, I thought I recognized Dave there.
Absolutely. We're going to go back here to the tripod just so you get an unshaky view of the passage of the COSE as he heads east. We've already got an approach up there. Look at that. We've already got an approach through the interlocking. So there's another westbound lined up, and this is part of the excitement of rail fanning the Chicago line, a trunk line with 50 to 60 trains per day. Some of the beautiful new Rapido FlexiFlow hoppers. Spring Creek model trains, or Spring Mills Depot, I should say, cement hoppers. Got some beautiful work by Lenny Harlos here. Cement hoppers again. One of the fun things about prototype modeling, everyone, is to include cars that help set the locale. There's my friend Ken Heil, his Ohio co-op, but this is a COSE from Columbus, Ohio. And so you'll find a lot of, middle American and Canadian cars that are headed back to the east. This train made a set out here on Onondaga Yard. You can see the engine facility behind. Some propane. There's a former Penn Central car relettered for Conrail.
Something like that, yeah.
Old Erie Lackawanna gondola. That's always interesting to see. Chemical cars, a couple Main Central box cars that have been relettered for Lamoille Valley, LVRC, Lamoille Valley Railway Company. And then some metal loads on the tail end. COSC heads east to Selkirk from Columbus, where he'll be reclassified for all points east in New England. So one of the things we'll see here, and it's, you know, I'll explain it because it's certainly worth the explanation. But I think one of the neat things that we're going to be able to see here in a second is that what you've seen so far tonight, of course, is a variety of trains, and there's certainly more to come. But the next train that's going to be passing is being run from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, from close to 300 miles away from my house. We had a wonderful roundtable discussion just late last night in Australia and this morning, about 5 o'clock this morning here in New Jersey. It's a long day. But we talked with people worldwide about remote operations. And what you're about to see is the stack train, TV207, which is a westbound train that ran through Syracuse on its way to Chicago, run from 300 miles away. And it's going to be here in just a minute. So let me get my my smiling face off camera for you all. And we'll turn things around so that you're able to see this train when it gets here. And so it's, you know, with remote operations, it's important to keep in mind that there's different ways to do it. There's different layers, as we discussed as part of that roundtable, as Gordy Robinson so wisely mentioned. And what you're seeing here is the adaptation for a fully signal controlled railroad, CTC, centralized traffic control, which is its own brand of railroading, and it's the way most modern railroads are run, but it's not by any stretch of the imagination the only way to do this. Up, I'm here in TV207. There we go. TV207 being run from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and being broadcast from New Jersey to Australia, all in real time. Watch that signal. And down it goes. The mighty minivan is getting quite a show today, everyone. And for those that are not familiar with the mighty minivan, this is my model of a 1989 Dodge Caravan, which was my car in high school growing up. We called it Yixter because the license plate was 838YIX, Yix. And so I had to have a model of it for the layout just to commemorate what it is. And the Facebook Lives that we do periodically, some of you are familiar with, and those that aren't, the minivan has become an international hit, which I did not expect.
Yeah, everybody wants to know where the minivan is when you start the stream.
That's right. So here we go. For Chris Palomari, we've got grain hoppers here that'll be bound for the Dolger Brewery. And these are his new company called Home Shops. And it's going to be custom painting covered hoppers and other cars for railroads in the United States. And so these are both proto-freelance short line railroads, West Falls Northern and the Arkansas Midland. And they'll set it off down there. And they'll leave it there for...
Mohawk answer in TV5. Got one crossing in front of you. As soon as that clears, we'll get you up 74 lead, and then you can talk to the train master at the island switch.
All right, so this brings up a great time, actually, for another little discussion of some of the stuff that's really important, I think, for remote operations. You know, signals and interlockings help quite a bit, of course. But the other thing that's been really integral for us are these simple little family radio service radios, FRS. So these are available from Amazon.com or many retail stores worldwide. They're relatively inexpensive, and it really allows you to emulate the radio presence on modern railroads, or railroads from really anytime from the 70s on in the United States and really worldwide as well, where the radio talk is how these guys communicated. It's how they made things happen. Scroll over here so you guys can watch the yard switcher head back. This is Joe Relation. He's a regular operator as well. So he's a Pennsylvania Railroad fan, but we'll forgive him that. I know. He's always threatening me with position light signals.
Couple engines behind you.
We can chase him up.
295, we got one ahead, but he is right around midway. He's run behind. You guys go out.
And what I'd like to do is show you guys the other end of CP280. So again, signals guard both ends of an interlocking. And you can see here now we're at the other end of CP280. So all the switches we just passed, let the detector do its thing. Just like on the prototype, the detector steps on everybody because it doesn't care who's talking. Ever. But the home signals on each side of the interlocking here are the boundary points, the entrances to the interlockings. And so part of remote operations on this layout is knowing which side of the interlocking you're on and what signals actually govern movement through that part. So you can see here we have a bridge. Something you won't see on Facebook Live is when we can use our 1994 drone and zoom over here. Now you can see a little bit better where you've got both of these dwarf signals which govern movement out of the yard tracks onto the main line. We just saw our restricting come up there because the yard job is going to come back and do his thing. And so we can watch that next. But that's called a restricting aspect. Aspects are how signals appear, and aspects describe an indication. And an indication is a rule, an actual rule in the railroad rule book, which describes what the engineer should do with the train. So we're going to watch that signal drop to red as the engine passes it. There it goes. 1931 and Paris scrap cons. And hey, here you go, Joe. One of your favorite gondolas.
Absolutely.
Joe loves the PRR.
Yes.
You can drive the minivan along the right of way here and bounce through the access road. But again, the idea that's important to remember as far as signals and interlockings go is that every railroad was a little bit different. And most of them were similar. But every railroad sort of did things their own way. But the idea is that the signals show the aspect. Aspects is how a signal appears, and indications contain information. And the information is what's important to the engineer to describe how to run his train through that area. And so there's a lot of communication back and forth with different crews so that they can figure out what they need to do in a given job. So they know their job. They've got paperwork that tells them what cars need to go where. But the dispatcher is the one that controls the movement through the interlockings on the fixed guideway on the railroad itself, which makes sure that everything stays safe, because the whole point of the interlocking is that the switches and the signals are interlocked, which means that only one safe move can happen at once through the interlocking. It prevents collisions and other nasty things that happen with heavy equipment when you're not paying attention. So I think an important part of the discussion here for everyone is to understand that this whole thing really happens in layers. And again, if you didn't get a chance to watch the operations roundtable, the remote operations roundtable, And that was last night, and actually you'll see it on the previous day's recording. It's worth taking a look at because I think there's a lot of really important ideas that get discussed there, and it opens the door towards the idea that this is not, you don't snap your fingers and get to a point where remote operations is going to work on every level. There's different positions in remote operations, and signals and interlockings are certainly part of remote operations when it comes to down like a cutoff. But I didn't start that way, and I don't think that it would be reasonable for anybody to just pick it up and start with a fully interlocked railroad as remote. We started with the dispatcher because we had people from far away that wanted to try and dispatch the railroad. So we started working on ways to have the radio work through the internet, which we figured out with Skype. If you plug a Skype, one of these FRS radios into Skype, you can actually have it work where the mic goes into the computer and the audio from the computer comes out and goes through the speaker. A voice-activated radio then is a radio repeater, and you can talk in your basement through a radio to anybody anywhere in the world through Skype, which is just awesome. The first time we figured it out, we were like, whoa! It was great. It was really something else. It was a lot of fun. And it served us really well. It's been a fairly robust system. There's the occasional burps with the internet and stuff as we've all experienced. But the important thing is that it's the long run that wins this game. And that's how we get from point A to B in operations, is that you start with something small. Start with just a block operator. Start with just trying to communicate on the radio when there's no trains running at all. See if you can get that to work with Skype. And you can start to build the blocks, the layers that are required to get to a successful operation. And I think that a lot of guys that are here at the Australasian region NMRA have not only some experience, but some expertise in some of these things. And I mean, after all, Martin, right? We all know Martin, and Martin's the guy who he has a minivan that works.
Yeah.
The freaking tires turn and it drives. Martin, dude, we got this. No more dummy minivans. We need a real minivan someday.
We need a real one. Yep, one that works with headlights.
Amen. I did get the scanner antenna on top, though, as you guys can see.
Yep. Oh, cool.
So, yeah, you got even though it doesn't move, it is super detailed.
Rich just walked past behind and yeah. Anyway.
Look, it's part of the fun, and I think this is something that I've seen all throughout this convention, and really I'm very grateful to you, Martin and Brad. Everybody that's been involved with putting this together. It's a tremendous amount of work, everyone, to do one of these online. It's a tremendous amount of time and coordination, and then you're dealing with people that don't show up. You're dealing with all sorts of things that you didn't expect, and the fact that you handle it so smoothly and with such grace is really it's a testament to the hobby, and to the camaraderie that we all share, which I think is really an important part of what we're doing here. So I appreciate it. I'm grateful to be part of it. It's a lot of fun.
No,
if there's any questions out there, we're going to continue to watch some trains here. If there's any questions, I'm certainly happy to entertain.
Well, we've got quite a few here. I think there's a few over on Facebook, isn't there, Brad, as well?
Yeah, look, but I've got one question myself, Dave, that I want you to try to just clarify. Is there any chance that you'd be able to take us for a bit walk and show us where this crash that Martin had on your operating session happened?
Well, actually, before we even go down that path, Brad's brought up a subject. I'd like to get Dave to first either confirm or deny that I actually had a crash when I was driving a train on the Onondaga cutoff from the other side of the planet.
There was no crash when Martin was driving from the other side of the planet. There was a car that was pre-derailed, which caused us some consternation.
Yeah.
Did that just happen to be on Martin's train?
Martin, let's be clear. Martin did everything he was supposed to. Brad, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh dear. Anyway, let's have a look over. Let's go over to YouTube and have a little look here. Mark Stafford's put a few comments in here. He wants to say, tell Angela hello from Mark Stafford.
Now it's funny because Angela, this is her first time ever at an operating session like this. So she had reached out to me through the Modelers Life Network, and a shout out to Lionel Strang, and thanks for all the work you do with AML. That's a big reason a lot of us know each other now, which is a real pleasure. But Angela said, I'd like to come see the layout. And I said, well, the only way to see a layout that operates for the first time, in my opinion, is to come to an operating session.
Yep.
So we could do an open house, but this was the pandemic, so that we didn't have any open houses. It worked out that Angela was able to come tonight. So yes, Angela is here, and I will absolutely pass on a worldwide hello to Angela. You guys, can you imagine having done this 10 years ago? It's just wild.
Now we'll be doing it with the long distance telephone calls.
Fax machines.
Yeah.
My father's only brother lived in Adelaide, Australia for nearly 50 years. He lived there from the 1960s until he passed away several years ago. He lived in the hills in a little town called Aldgate. And I visited twice, and I definitely need to get back. It's a wonderful country, wonderful people, lots to see, lots to experience, wonderful wines in that region, a lot of fun drinking beer with my uncle as well. He actually did visit the States and was able to get to the Onondaga Cutoff, which is a picture Martin will have to send you because it's sort of a funny one. My father, his brother, and myself. But it's, when you look at the technology over time, my dad used to fax my uncle because it was cheaper than making a phone call. And then as phone rates came down, they started to talk on a regular basis. But that's how small this world is getting, everyone.
Yep.
And like operations, the nature of railroad operations is to bring people together. No railroad anywhere in the world operates with one person. It takes a village, so to speak, to make it happen. It takes a village. So it's a really important point that operations brings us together, and this remote operations, signals and interlockings as well, has a lot to do with bringing the hobby together at this point and going forward. And I'm really glad to be part of that motion because I think we need more things right now in the world to bring us together.
Exactly.
I really believe that. I really believe that. And I think that they're there if we take time to look for them and experience them. So, hey, one of the things I always tell my buddy Ralph, say hi to the world. Hi, world. Georgie. So last time I saw Georgie was this tall a year ago.
Okay.
But when you're 15, this is what happens.
Yeah.
So, he's not here tonight. There's a fellow that's 80 years old. That's a regular operator here. Georgie's one of our youngest, but this hobby spans generations and decades. It spans the world. And the best is yet to come, as they say.
It is.
It's just, we just have to let it happen and not destroy ourselves in the process.
Exactly. I'll have a look over here on YouTube. I think there's mainly comments over here. What have you got on Facebook, Brad?
Well, Dave, you just kind of touched on it. There is a question here in the Facebook chat asking how many operators do you actually have there for your operating session at the moment?
At the moment, we have 12 people that are operating in the basement, plus the dispatcher and train master and myself. So a total of 15, which is more than we've had since before the pandemic started.
And any remote operators there?
And we have a remote operator tonight from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who just ran the TV 207. The last westbound we saw the stack train was run from Pittsburgh via the internet and Y-throttle. And, again, according to the remote operations roundtable, some of the discussions we had yesterday morning in Australia, this morning here and last night in Australia. But yeah, so we've got one remote. We have the dispatcher here because I wanted you guys to be able to see that dispatcher screen. And we can actually go take a look at that now while we're answering some more questions. So, and again, any more questions you've got, please feel free to chime in. So this is Jack in the Mohawk dispatcher screen, which is
Mohawk, keeping 77 power over.
So he's moving some power back and forth, and you can see that this is the CATS, C-A-T-S, the Crandic Automated Traffic System by Rodney Black. So the white lines are the track on the railroad, red is where trains currently are, and green are routes that are lined using the centralized traffic control. The rule book in the back there, NORAC, stands for NORAC, which is the Northeast Operating Rules
77
Advisory Committee.
Okay, get the train there, track
He's got a phone to talk to the yardmaster directly without being on the radio to keep the radio free. He's got his plan that he puts together. He's got his beer, right? With ice today, because
it needs to be watered down.
This beer's a little sweet. We found that out the hard way.
It's the grapefruit version of the
Beer
orange.
with ice.
There you go. Yeah, I know.
That
gotta do what
just
you gotta
waters
do.
it down.
We got this one and it was a tad sweet. So, or as Gordy said, it was it's a wee bit sweet. So one of the other things I wanted to give a shout out to Jordan Kramer. This is the Island Engine Yard here, which is where locomotives are turned for their next train. But Jordan gave me a very generous gift. The Virginian and Ohio 3060, which is one of Alan McClellan's actual locomotives from his railroad, produced by Intermountain, but it actually has his name on the bottom of it. It's an actual engine that's run on the Virginian and Ohio, which for me was a really important railroad as I grew up.
Well, it's funny you should say that because Craig Mackey's put a comment in here. Is that Jordan K. line-side rail fanning?
Yes, I enjoyed a good bit of that presentation actually earlier.
So, Andy Ambrose says hello to Dave Barraza.
Dave Barraza.
But
Andy Ambrose says hello.
Hey, Andy, how are you doing? What's going on, sir?
And we got Jim Schweitzer. Say hello to the world, Jim.
Hello, world.
Jim is a veteran dispatcher of a number of model railroads, including some of the ones that I would never touch as a dispatcher. I would much rather run trains. But yeah, you'll recognize Barraza, of course, has a sidebar in the book. I know. These US&S guys, I'll tell you, man. And Jim, his photograph is in the book from years ago in Jerry Dietzig's sidebar about HO Tower on the B&O. Yep. So it's a very good group of people. This is Tony LeChase. Say hello. Tony was the Lehigh Line dispatcher when I was a young man in New Jersey.
okay, cool.
An actual Conrail employee running on a Conrail layout, which makes me very glad. What train are you running today?
I got the slowest train in the world today. You gave.
What's this?
BUSY.
We got the BUSY. Tell us about BUSY, Tony. Slow?
Whoa. Got the scale test car on me.
Oh, that's right. There's a scale test car in this train. That's a first in a long time. Angela, another member of the AML, give a wave to the world. There's our little scale test car passing the minivan. I would have been very excited as a teenager to see that. That's cool. And some old Delaware and Hudson, one of the oldest operating railroads in the United States. Some old D&H boxcars as BUSY heads east. Past those fabulous covered hoppers from Chris Palomari's new company.
TV7 is signal indication. TV274. I can hear westbound.
TV7, guys. That's another westbound we haven't seen yet. So let's watch the signals here. The Mohawk dispatcher will likely pull a signal up here for TV7. We'll see. We'll zoom in on it a little bit so y'all can watch that in real time. That's Al Tillotson in the distance, our yard master for tonight. The yard master and the dispatcher work in close concert through an operating session. They have different goals. One likes to empty his yard, and the other one likes to run trains. And it's a constant back and forth. And again, modeling railroading with an ing at the end, modeling railroading is what operations is all about. It may seem intense, it may seem like a lot, but you can start with just the first couple steps. And running trains prototypically, I think, adds an immense amount of enjoyment to the hobby. Still waiting for that signal on TV7.
Okay, there's been a few more comments in
Sure. Let's talk. Absolutely.
in the chat here. Robert wants to know how many locos are on this layout.
It takes about 42 to 46 locomotives to run a full 4-hour operating session, of which this is the first 4-hour operating session since the pandemic started. We've done some of the remotes, which you guys are familiar with, but tonight we'll actually use the full cadre, which is really exciting. So there's about 70 to 80 on the roster, and I'll cycle them through, and it works out fairly well for the most part. You know, we're able to keep some variety. I'm going to turn you guys around here because we've got some trains coming.
Okay.
Until the trains get here, we'll zoom out on the signal again because TV7's got to be getting a little close. Oh, there we go. So we got a green in the middle on the right there. That's called a medium clear, and that means the TV7 is going to cross over, and that's going to be fun to watch. So with that signal pulled up, let's scroll back around here so we can look to the east. Keep an eye out for our westbound. He's going to sneak out from behind those covered hoppers. So Chris Palomari, if you're watching, really appreciate being part of the ambassador tour for your new company. And we're going to see these cars go up over the hill, and we'll rail fan that over the next couple of days over on the Onondaga Cutoff Facebook page. So everybody watching, it should be a lot of fun. Don't mind the big guy behind the bridge. TV7, everyone. Knocks the signal down as he enters the interlocking. And then we get to watch the train cross over, which is always fun. Watch the engines will lean into that curve. Watch the trailers come out of the super elevation and line up nice and normal. A lot of UPS, a Genstar there on the container. That's an international container. Another golden pig for us tonight, some more UPS. And so the flexibility of the signal system is on full display here. The dispatcher at his whim can control trains from one track to the other. And the train device flashing as TV7 goes west to Chicago from Boston. And we find the photo backdrop makes a big difference too. It was more money than I wanted to spend at the time because you kind of have to do it all at once. But it really does add a lot of depth to some of these scenes. It takes your eye's allowed to focus on the trains, and you don't have to worry so much about what's behind them. All right.
Okay. Ralph Frenzitti's got a question here. Dave, what do you do to keep the dust off your layout?
A lot of cleaning. It's difficult. I do have filtered air in the basement. I have an air conditioning system down here. A big piece of it was putting in the drop-in ceiling. That house, it's a very old home. The frame, the foundation is from about 1840. It's a fieldstone foundation. Was an industrial building when it was built, converted to a house around the turn of the century, 1900. And it's an ongoing process. You know, I mean, this does cut down a lot of the old house dust, which is nice. And with 3 little kids running around, it's a big help. But you do periodically need to clean. So I usually have a little dust vac that I bought from Micromark years ago, which is wonderful for the visible areas. And I just purchased one of the Lux vacuum cars. I found it on eBay from Great Britain, actually, Andy Ambrose, for I think it was 78 pounds plus shipping. So it really wasn't that expensive, because they're much more expensive than that new. And so I've got that over on the workbench. I'm putting it together. I painted it up, and we'll start to use that as well, especially for the hidden trackage. That should help keep the dust down. But it is an ongoing battle, and track cleaning is something we do before every session. It's a big part of the preparation every month for the operating session? It's a very good question. I don't think
Cool.
anybody in the world gets away without dust. It just is what it is.
It gets in everywhere.
Everywhere.
Robert's got a question here. When did you start the layout?
The layout, the bare. So I bought the house in December of 2004. It was a fairly cold winter here in the United States in New Jersey, and I was single. I didn't have a wife at the time. I didn't even know my wife at the time. But my roommates all left me down in Westfield, which is east of here. And rather than keep renting at a more expensive rate, I'd worked for the railroad for a few years, and I was able to save some money up. So I, at the time, was able to put a down payment down on this house, which was a fixer-upper. And the fixing-upping took 4 or 5 years. I didn't put the first joist up in the basement to start to support bench work until about 2008. So robust construction, I would say 08 to about 2014. We started operations as soon as we could in October 2012 or 2011, October 2011. And so, yeah, we just had our 10th anniversary. So look, I even got a little shirt.
That's right. Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, all things considered, it's about a 14 or 15 year experience, 13, 14 year experience at this point. And it's an ongoing process.
Yeah.
Having kids, ironically, was a really good thing for the layout because the scenery is something I can do with them.
Yes.
And my engineer brain, the first time I did scenery over on the other side of the layout, I looked at it through a camera lens, and all the colored flowers, purple, white, orange, right? The pattern was the same. It looked like an engineer did it. And that's because an engineer did it. Like, I'm good at tracking. I can handle wiring. Susie, turns out, who you saw before, is wonderful at scenery because she's just creating, and she puts things all over the place, and you can end up with a really nice-looking scenery because she has the kind of mind to be able to put it spatially. So it can be a family activity in a lot of ways, which is nice. And my rail fanning, I used to love to travel the American West and to Canada and all over chasing trains. And the model railroad has allowed a lot of that creativity to be refocused down here.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it's been a great hobby during the family years here so far, and I'm excited. I still believe the best is yet to come.
Oh yes, yep. It's only going to get better.
I think so. Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Checking the signals. We still got all reds over there.
More comments coming in.
Yeah, I see there's plenty of comments over on Facebook. I see Darren Lee up in Queensland. He's an ex-locomotive driver from New South Wales. He says he loves the radio chatter in the background. So it's definitely something that adds to the feel of the operation.
Darren, thank you so much. And I really think that the radio protocol, the presence on the radio, is a big part of the experience down here. And that is, I'm telling you guys, I mean, you can go to half a dozen internet sets right now, and for $30 shipped, you can get these to your house. Like, it seems like a simple, and it's kind of a hokey looking radio. It doesn't look like a railroad radio at all. But for our purposes, it's really difficult to beat this. And the sound is just incredible. I mean, that's one of the reasons I think that some of the ex-cons, they call themselves, the former Conrail guys, one of the reasons they get a kick out of this railroad is the audio by itself. The fact that you can come down here and you go upstairs and you grab a beer, or you get a slice of pizza, or you're upstairs taking a break, you talk to my missus, you talk to the kids, and yet the scanner, your radio is still talking, and it's unmistakable. It sounds like you're next to the railroad. It's a lot of fun. So thank you, Darren. I appreciate that.
Yep, I can attest to using that radio chatter. It's great. When I've operated on Dave's layout, I could sit here in front of my PC and all of a sudden hear all the chatter that's happening on the layout, where there's been a derailment, who's come off where, and
yeah, but you were doing what you were supposed to. This is part of the learning for remote operations. What I learned is that I need to check that train before the remote operator takes it. That's on me. It's not on the operator. Make no mistake.
So, have you got any more over there, Brad?
No, it's just a lot of people commenting on just how great the layout is, how great the operating sessions are, and just how much excitement you add to this, Dave. You really do make these sort of operations great to watch.
You guys, I really genuinely appreciate from the bottom of my heart. The support means the world to me, and doing this with this great group of people is fantastic. I'm being told to watch a train. Jack's chewing me off, so and with good reason. There we go. Oh, VRSC with run-through power, everyone. Excuse me, NFSC. Thank you, Rich. With a high hood NSSD 40-2 and a BNSD 40-2. That's a rare lash up. So NFSC was from Niagara Falls, New York to Selkirk, New York, an Albany Division train. And it had a block of autoracks up front, which you can see here. Chicago Northwestern, Santa Fe, CSX. These are all autoracks ride on a trailer train flat car and are owned by the railroad on top, which is why you see the different paint jobs up Rio Grande, Conrail, Northern Northwestern. And then the rear of the train will be manifest. And you'll see tank cars, box cars, and some general manifest, which is another block, again, picked up from a different yard by Niagara Falls on its way to Selkirk, New York. Some fuel, there's a Hooker chemical tank car. Those are very common on NFSC, the gray one. More propane. Lenny Harlow's weathering on some Conrail cars. Nice car for a hobo there, open doors. Mappa and a few bar cars. The Bangor and Aroostook Railroad had the beautiful reporting marks of bar. One of my favorite reporting mark ever. No, but I have to say, I do genuinely appreciate the support worldwide. You guys have been fantastic, and Brad and Martin for helping me get set up and putting up with the trials and tribulations as they are. I really, really appreciate being part of this, and it means a lot to me. Thank you.
No, it's our pleasure. It's great to have you on. I mean, the chat's gone. There's lots of people commenting on here about the layout. There's not many questions as it is at the moment.
So, Dave, I've got a question for you. What's the furthest remote operator you've had involved in one of these sessions?
Well, he's one of your commentators.
Well, unfortunately,
Martin Jenkins, about if I'm not mistaken, it's about 9,200 miles away, or is it the full 11,000, Martin?
It's around about. I think it's around about 11,000. I think
11,000. It's like honestly, if you look at a globe, if you drilled the hole from New Jersey and you popped out the other end of the globe and you kept it pretty much straight, you'd pop out very near Perth. It is just about as far from my house as you can get, which is amazing.
Yeah.
And the lag, what was the lag, Martin? 2 seconds?
2 seconds. I remember I was sitting there and I could see there's one camera down in the form-up yard where you can see a train where it takes off, and then you use the CATS panel for the rest of the trip around the layout. But I was sitting there hitting the light headlight button, and I think it was like about a 2 second lag between when I pushed the button here to when the light actually came on the loco on the layout.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It really is amazing, all things considered. And you know, we're just on the cusp of something I think that's remarkable. We're starting to do it now, and it takes multiple software packages and different approaches, but the idea is that it's possible. And as we go forward, the only place to go is up. It's going to get better so long as we just keep trying to do what we need to do. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And I think the signals and interlockings, to tie it all together, have a lot to do with modern railroading, and it's one of the fun things to tie in. Yes, it's arduous. It takes time, takes some homework. But, again, the book, I think what's special about the book that I wrote is that it's one of the first books, I think, that really tries to tie people that want signals to how to get started and actually do it. So it's a bridge book. There's entire textbooks about railroad signaling. You can't fit it all in one book. But what you can do is build a foundation for people to understand how to get from track in their basement to a functioning signal system. Where do you start? The book will tell you where to do that, and they'll give you some pointers on how to move forward. So it's all just a pleasure, everyone. It really is.
Okay, I've got another questions coming here on YouTube from Ken. and he wants to know what are the length of the passing loops in feet or meters, and what is the area of the layout?
The layout is in my basement, which is about, forget the exact dimensions. I want to say about 25 feet by about 33 feet. So the layout's it's just a double dog bone that goes up and over itself, and it's we're here around. This is one of the big horseshoe curves here, which we separate with a backdrop so that it looks, basically it looks like you're actually going someplace, on the railroad, as it were. It's a double track main line, and the interlockings are about 50 feet apart, and that allows us to run 50-car trains in HO scale, which is a lot of fun. That's to capture the density of a main line in the 90s or the 2000s or later, you have to be able to run long trains. And so I gave up on extra industry and more scenery so that I'd be able to have some wider aisles, the double track main line that goes over itself. I even gave up on some extra interlockings just so we could run these longer trains.
Yeah.
So the distance between both ends of the yard is definitely shorter than that, because the yard's not 50 feet long. It's just difficult to fit that in the basement. But that's also kind of prototypical for the 90s, because in America, they had deregulated railroads in the 80s. It was all private, and they basically cut back too far. And so by the 90s, business came back, and they didn't know what to do with it all. And so they had to work around the constraints of the physical plant. That's what we do down here on a regular basis. So it's a challenge, but every railroad can grow into its infrastructure. And I think the key is good, stable track work, and the widest curves you can afford, the widest turnouts you can afford, but in fitness space. And just make sure you take your time and do the track work well. And every separate rail should have its own feeder, because that way you ensure that you're minimizing the possibility for any stalls, and just it adds to the fun factor.
So did you use commercial trackage, or did you scratch build or hand lay any of the track?
Most of it is actually commercial track. This is all microengineering track here that you're seeing in the foreground. Let me turn you around so you get a closer look at that. It's Arizona Rock and Mineral Ballast. It's microengineering track, code 83. And I weathered it myself. I did hand lay some track in the yard because there were some switches I couldn't find to fit. And there we are. We have another medium clear. You guys can see.
Something's coming.
Another westbound before you guys all go. And you can see the turnout there. This is actually a neat view, because you can see the turnout that's thrown as well. You'll cross over. Wheels always follow the gap in the rail. And so the train will come here on track 2, the close track. Here's the yard switcher coming back up. And he'll cross over from track 2 to track 1 to the right in a west direction when he gets here. Still hearing some radio traffic. Sounds like 77, and that sounds like yet another remote operator, which is exciting.
Oh, how appropriate.
How much time do we have left there, Martin?
We've got a couple of minutes left. We've got about 5 minutes left.
All right, that should time out just about perfectly. As TV 77 is leaving CP 274, which is at the bottom of the hill, and we're up here at CP 280, and the timing should work out well. And in fact, we'll give you the long shot across the valley, as they say. There's Chris Lee. Chris Lee, you can wave hello. One of my regular operators, also a very gifted dispatcher. So we're going to zoom in across 481. There's some more cars you got to get to work, Martin. So what you can see the signals there, just over the top of the New York State Police Department car. And we were able to program into JMRI the approach lighting function. And so that's exciting, because when the train comes up past them, once the train hits the block, the signals turn on, which is a lot like the prototype.
Oh,
we got Rich Wisniewski there lining some switches.
Conroe Mohawk NFSC. NFSC responded? Yeah, NFSC, let us know when you're stopped.
So where are your remote operators located again tonight?
You say that again, please, sir?
Where are your remote operators located again tonight?
Tonight we've got one in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and that's actually Rich Wisniewski's son, Andrew, who grew up in New Jersey. Has been to the layout a couple times. He was one that was part of the famous tailgate operating sessions early in the pandemic. Rich and his son came, and from a card table in the backyard, they ran engineer caps.
And how far is that from where you're located now?
Pittsburgh's about 300 miles away.
Okay.
Yep. So it's about a third of the way to Chicago from New York City.
Okay. Cool.
Jack, who's on 277 or 77, I should say?
Unreal OS 20, Mohawk suspect.
Yeah, it's not moving yet, so they're gonna run out of time.
Mohawk is calling on it.
The 277's having some struggles down below, so we're gonna see if we can squeeze this into the end.
Okay. Well, I'll speak to our technical director here and see what he suggests.
So Roger, we're just gonna pull down your 8W fleet and we'll go back the other way.
I'm
going to go hungry. Well, no lunch break.
I know it's getting to a lunch break. And so, hey, the thing we got to remember here, of course, is that, like, thankfully, if anybody takes a look at the Onondaga Cutoff Facebook page, if you go to Facebook and you search for Onondaga Cutoff, it should pop right up, ONONDAGA Cutoff. And the live videos we do, they're all stored there. So there's hours and hours of train watching available already online. And the next live one will be advertised there as well, probably later this summer. So we're going to keep this part of the operating scheme here on the OC because it's a lot of fun. It's fun to share it with the world. It's generated a lot of new people, which is just, again, it's very much a privilege. So in lieu of our 77, which is still stuck here, we will look forward to seeing you guys on Facebook in the future, and maybe we can find a way to put it together one way or the other where we can stream it through your page as well. So I do wish everybody the best. Thank you very much for watching. Best wishes for the convention, and good morning / good night from Conroe's Onondaga Cutoff.
Not a problem, Dave. Look, it has been a great pleasure having you on. It's always entertaining to watch an op session from the Onondaga Cutoff, even more so sometimes than actually participating. Could I say that? It really is, whether you're watching it or whether you're actually participating, it's good fun. And I'll just do a shameless plug here as well from the studio. I've got the book, and I believe Brad might even have it.
I've got it up and it's going out to the stream. So yeah, it's a great book.
Yep, and you can get these in Australia. So there's a number of people who got them already from Callenbach. You can order it from there, or where did we get it from, Brad? We got it from the Book Depository.
Correct.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
And they were good because they gave us free shipping. So that's another place you could get it from. But either way, grab yourself a copy of that book. We've got to duck off now and get ready. We've run overtime, and what a great layout to run overtime on. Thanks again, Dave, and we will speak with you soon.
Just before,
Thank you, mates.
Before we go, Dave, I've got one
sure.
I've got one other little challenge. It's been probably 9 to 12 months since you had an international operation session. I reckon you need to get another one back on board and get a few of us Aussies down here so we can bring our skip and our tinnies and a Barbie, and we can have some radio chatter.
That sounds wonderful, and I think we will make that a priority here going forward. Let's plan for a remote operations dry session maybe in a couple of weeks, and let's put something together over the course of the Australian winter. We'll make it happen.
We will.
Thanks, Dave.
Best wishes, everybody. Thank you so much. Good night from the Onondaga Cutoff. Take care.
See ya. Okay, we're back on live again. We're a little bit behind schedule, but that doesn't matter. We'll make it up. We've got the lunchtime bit to fill through, so we'll be all good there. Now, Dave Abelies has actually said he's going to set up his live stream to go straight into the meeting lobby that's over at MRL-Aussies. So if you guys are over there in the meeting room, or you want to go and have a chat to Dave, he's going to set his camera up in the corner of the room, and we can watch the rest of his ops session there with the people walking around, running trains, and see what happens. But anyway, no further ado, we've got our good friend Lloyd back here from the northern reaches of Canada, and Lloyd has just done his golden spike, and he's put together a clinic on ways to attain your golden spike in the AP program. So without any more of me rambling, I'll hand it over to Lloyd. Take it away.
Thank you, Marty. It's going to be a hard thing to follow up with Dave. Great, that was a great operation. So let me just share the presentation. Okay, so not tonight, but this morning, we're going to talk about the Golden Spike Award. Personally, I think it's something that a lot of people are missing out on, because I'm pretty sure that those that have layouts, they probably have everything that's required. So let's get this going. Okay, so first of all, who am I? My name is Lloyd Henchy, and on Facebook and YouTube, I go under the name John Pacheco or MHO Junction. Don't ask, it's a long story. I knew I wanted a hobby at retirement. I didn't know what exactly I was going to do, but when I bought my new house, I had no furniture for the basement. So I took possession of the basement. So I started my layout about 5 years ago. Never had a train set, nor have I been on a train. My layout is 40 feet by 20 feet, L-shaped, double main line in HO scale. And I got my Golden Spike Award in May 2019. So this is the nice reward I got for doing so. So let's go into what the Golden Spike consists of. There's a checklist you need to have completed. And usually the division AP chairman or a member designated by the chairman will come over and make sure that you've got everything on that checklist taken care of. And of course, you need to be an NMRA member and not have MMR status. That's something I didn't know, but I found out later. So what you need to qualify. So this is a checklist that you'll find on the NMRA website. So the first thing is rolling stock. It could be motive power, cars. So what you have to do is display 6 units of rolling stock, either scratch built, craftsman kit, or detailed commercial kit. It says display. That's one word that's, for me, that was important. It doesn't have to be on your layout. You could bring it to one of your division meetings. You could bring it to a convention, have it looked at. So like I said, it doesn't have to be on your layout. Same thing with model railroads, setting structures and scenery. You need to construct a minimum of 8 square feet of layout, including scenery. That's for HO scale. For N scale, I think it's the same size. I don't remember anymore. You need to construct 5 structures, either scratch built, craftsman kit, or detailed commercial kits. If a module has less than 5 structures, additional structures separate from the scene may be presented. Again, the same thing, you could bring them to your division meetings. Like I said, it doesn't have to be on your layout. Engineering, civil, and electrical. 3 types of trackage required. It could be a turnout, a crossing, a crossover. All must be properly ballasted and installed on proper roadbed. Commercial trackage may be used. All installed trackage must be properly wired so that 2 trains can operate simultaneously. Example, double track main, single track main with a siding, and block or command control. And you also need to provide 1 additional electrical feature such as power operated turnouts, signaling, turnout indication, lighted buildings. I can tell you that lighted buildings was my favorite. That was the easy part. So now we're going to look at each one individually. So rolling stock, you got to display 6 units of rolling stock, scratch build, craftsman, or detail commercial kits. And again, the word display in bold. Like I said, bring it to a meeting or yeah, it doesn't have to be, like I said, on the layout. These models need to show a little effort, such as painting and decaling, adding a little detail, perhaps some weathering. So you don't have to go in real details, as long as it's not out of the box and just sitting there. You got to be able to do something about it. So we'll look at some of the examples. Here, this car was just weathered. That's the only thing that was done on that car. I'm putting this as an example because this one was not done by me. But just to show that you can just do some weathering on the car. Some might just change the door, add some ladders. It's just that you got to do something to that car or locomotive. Another example is a bulkhead. This one here, it was all about weathering, and I added some wood. So it wasn't much to do. Some people might just change the number or repaint it. So that's an example. Another example, this one here, I didn't like the plastic cover on the flat car, so I removed it and I added, what is it? I can't remember, not balsa wood, but basswood, and redid the floor and just added a load. So all the, and a bit of weathering. So that was one of my first rolling stock I did. This is another one. Again, it doesn't take much. There's so many pictures on the internet that you could look up. That's how I did mine. I looked up flat cars, and there was so many examples, and it just happens that this one I needed for my lumber yard. This one here was a bit of weathering, but it was mainly the wires I added to give it like out of box. In other words, I did some work on it. Another one here, I just did some lumber stacks. It's not too much work for this. That didn't take too much work. But those are all examples, and you only need 6. This one is a scrap metal yard. I this is that was a tryout. I tried making bumps on the siding. Came out not too bad, but I'm sure my next one will be better. So so that's another example. So as you can see, there was more than 6 there, but a lot of people will, what they'll do is um, uh, the armchair people, where if you don't have a layout, you can start doing some rolling stocks. You could start working on buildings. Um, at least you're doing something to get there. So structures and scenery, you need to construct a minimum of 8 square feet of layout, including scenery. Construct 5 structures. So, so what is exactly 8 square feet? 11,152 square inches. So we're talking about 24 by 48, 2 feet by 4 feet, or 1.5 by that's 5 feet 4 inches, or 1 by 8. So I'm just going to show you some examples of this, what those sizes look like. So here's, I think it was equivalent to about, I think it was 2 feet by 4 feet. So that's my lumber yard. So that's that's all you need to do. That's like a module. Um, this here was, that's a bypass between my 2 entrances to the helix. That measured almost about 8 feet by maybe 14 inches wide, and like there's that's the scenery part. Anyway, it's not that big, but there's not much. Oh, sorry, it's late here. Yeah, so that's a size. Another part of the layout was, this was about 16 inches wide by about 6 feet. There's 2 main lines and a siding. So now we're going to look at structures. So structures could be buildings, trestle, ridge, towers, anything that's considered a structure. And the size doesn't really matter. I've got a small little shack that's maybe 1 inch by 1 inch, made out of styrene, wood, hydrocal. You could scratch build, craftsman, or detail and commercial kits. Painting or weathering are good things to consider, and building interiors, lighting, and details are a plus. So when we're looking at commercial kits, it has to be a little bit more than just out of the box. So basically painting the walls, adding a little bit of interior, that works. So this is an example of a trestle I did. It wasn't too complicated. I just took a piece of flex track and put it over trestles. That was one of my first bridge that I built, and I'm redoing this one a little bit more now that I know, especially that I'm working for AP, the AP structures, that wouldn't qualify. So I'm starting this one over. This is, like I said, that little shack that you see on the right. It's about, yeah, it's about maybe 1.5 inches by 1.5 inches. So it doesn't have to be big structures, let's say the Walters kit and things like that. These are DPM buildings. So the painting, you've got, I've put a sign, I've put interiors. So just the structure itself, there's more to it than just out of the box. I mean, you don't have to do that much. I mean, you don't have to do interiors. If you're putting curtains in, you don't see what's inside. So putting curtains or pictures or signs in the windows, perfect. That's another type of bridge. That was from a kit. So I added my little touch to it, made it look like concrete, and a bit of rebars showing with rust, marks on the road. Just that little bit makes a difference. So let's look at engineering, civil electrical. So 3 types of trackage are required: turnouts, crossing, etc. Tracks wired so that 2 trains can operate simultaneously, and provide 1 additional electrical feature. So 3 types of trackage. All must be properly ballasted and installed on proper road bed. So now at this point, you're working on your layout or your module. Type of trackage can be just about anything. Turnout, crossing, and grade elevation are all examples of types of trackage. The 3 types do not have to be different. For example, just having 3 simple turnouts will qualify. In this picture, I've got you call it a 3-way. So I got to say that when I built my layout, when I started building my layout, there's parts of the layout that I did some scenery right away. And it was just to get me going instead of doing all my bench work. My bench work wasn't even finished when I started doing scenery on one part of the layout. And so that got me going. So every day I was doing something different. And for me, that was a lot of fun. And once I realized that there was something called golden spike, I looked at what was needed and I looked at my layout and I go, you know what? I've got most of that stuff. So that's why I'm saying a lot of people that did start their layout, go look at the NMRA website and look what's required, and you probably have a lot already done. So another trackage, this is a turnout. Here I have different elevation. Those are both main lines. Railroad crossing. So tracks wired so that 2 trains can operate simultaneously. Tracking must be properly wired. As long as you can run 1 train, park it on a siding while you run another. At first, I thought that I had to run 2 trains at the same time. And for me, I couldn't imagine running 2 trains. So the siding really made sense. Wiring, that's the part I hate the most. But I'll give you an example of what is required. So I've got my main bus and my feeders to my track. Different, again, what you see on the right are my 2 main lines, and then I've got sidings for 2 different industries. Well, really it's 4 different industries. There's 3 at the top and 1 at the bottom. So if I have like I could have the train come down the main line, which is the one on the left, and then kind of go park it on the left track, and run another train. So it's not too complicated to run 2 trains. Provide one additional electrical feature. Power operated turnouts, signaling, turnout indication, and lighted buildings. Turnouts, well, I've got tortoises for all my switches. So that was easy. It could be a servo, yeah, a servo or tortoises. Signal, this is somebody's layout. I don't have any signals right now, but you don't have to do all 4 of them. You just have to do one of them. This was my one of my control panels for my staging. So I've got LEDs and push buttons. So that was also, like I said, you don't have to do all 4, but I had, if I'm not wrong, I had 3 out of the 4, but you only need one. Or basically lighting on your layout, buildings, lampposts. In other words, they want to be able to see that you're able to run auxiliary power, if you want, for besides your main trackage. Oh, I think I went a little bit too fast. If you the first one, NMRA.org, you will find out in which region or division you're part of, or you could join. And on that site, you also have what they call achievement program, where you could go and look up the golden spike, all the information for the golden spike, which is really the second one. And you will also find the golden spike award application form, because you do have to, if I'm not wrong, you have to, yeah, you have to fill out the application. And boy, that was fast. Like I said, I'm probably sure I forgot something, but I might, I'll be in one of the rooms later if anybody wants to come over and ask questions. So sorry about that, Marty.
That's okay, Lloyd. That's okay. We'll fill that in. So, have you got any questions over there, Brad, on Facebook? Or
Actually, no, Lloyd, because you did tell me you were 38, 39 minutes, so I've just hopped back on to start looking at it. So just bear with me, and I'll find a question. But
well,
just to recap, Lloyd, honestly, how easy is it to do this golden spike? Like,
to be honest,
like to motivate Peter to go out and do it, how easy is it really? Is it a big jump off the cliff, or is it just something you can do and most people can tick it off quite easily?
No, well, there's the difference between the AP, the achievement program, where I think there's 11 of them. When I first look at that, that's what I was looking at, and I found it very complicated, very demanding. For example, the AP structure, you need, what is it? Oh, I can't remember. Is it 8 structures, and one of them has to be a bridge, and it has to be, no, sorry, 11 structures. Anyway, it was very demanding. You need to write a report of how you did it, but the golden spike, there's none of that. Like I said, I worked on my layout, and I called up my division AP, and I said, I'd be interested in getting the Golden Spike Award. I go, do you mind dropping by? I think I've got everything that's needed. And if I'm not wrong, after 5 minutes, he goes, "You got it." Everything was there. And my layout is probably about 30% finished. So I still have lots of work. So
Yep.
you just need a certain area that you've done. I'm thinking of the people that have, let's say, a 4x8 sheet. Um, you you probably have your tracks on. You probably have buildings. Um, so there's already lots done. They just don't want to see tracks on a piece of plywood 4x8 painted green and running trains. That won't work. So you got to show that you've done some work
Yep.
on all the aspects that they're requiring. But I've seen so many people, I've seen so many layouts, and I've asked the people, have you gotten the Golden Spike Award? And they go, no. Just by looking at what you've done so far, it's almost like automatic. Now, of course, I had to tell them to join the NMRA just to get it. But don't get me wrong, it's not something to brag about. I didn't do it for that. Like I was in the Scouts, I was a Scout leader, and what I found interesting for the kids was that they work on something, and for their for doing what they for doing something, they get some type of approval, and that's what I was looking for the work that I've done. Okay, I've got an award, and it's done. I I'm not gonna I don't want to say, yeah, I don't want to brag about it.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't mention it to anybody. I mean, it's there. If somebody's going to come to see my layout, it's on the wall.
Well, I think that lines up with a bit of a comment here from Dan's Model Railroad, where he said I had to go back and reballast my track. I didn't do it originally because I was using Cato track in N scale, and that was the most painful process of getting my Golden Spike. And then he went on to say that he actually submitted his via video as the pandemic was just coming into prevalence at that point in time. So, like you said, you've got to have ballasted track. It can't be just a
No,
painted plywood sheet, like I've got behind me.
and it doesn't have to be expensive either. I mean, if you're in the hobby and you've got your tracks, um, you probably have a locomotive, you probably have cars. And I've seen some small layouts where people have done some roads. So there's a lot of stuff that's already done. It just probably needs some touch up. What I was scared about is the rolling stock. Um, I, Most of you probably know Ralph. Ralph does unbelievable weathering, and when I look at it, I say to myself, there's no way that I could achieve something like that. And if I try it, it's going to look ugly. Um, it doesn't have to be the weathering part. It could be just carloads. Um, you know, a lot of people have it already. That's
Yeah.
what
Okay.
I want to push that for people to get it.
Okay. So, we'll expand on that a little bit. Now, to get this, your models are not judged to a merit level. They're not needing to meet 87.5 marks, are they?
No, no. Uh,
So it's
like I
not like
said,
the MMR AP program. This is just proving that you're able to do something. There's no judging needed, correct?
that's right.
Okay.
It just has to be different from what's in the box.
Mhm.
Okay, so
So,
if you're gonna, yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
So the first question I've got, this is leading up to it. The first question is from Al. could you use your golden spike as a stepping stone, or the models themselves, for your AP program, for your MMR?
Yes. Once the person came to visit my layout and noticed how much I had done, and that the golden spike was kind of obvious, he goes, "Have you thought of going for your AP for your structures?" He goes, "You already have 5 scratch built structures. You just have to write down how you did it, where you got the idea, if you have a plan." And I'm going, "Hi, that's a lot of paperwork." But I didn't have to do that for everything that's already on my layout. It's just, like I said, it was very easy. I probably had, at that moment, I probably had about 10 cars that I had worked on. And the other 200 cars that were on my layout, there was nothing done. So, like I said, it doesn't take that much.
Okay, I've got another quick question here. So you outlined a few details that had to be met to gain this golden spike, but there's no details that it says it has to be an American outline or railroad. It could be a British railway. It could be any scale across multiple scales for that same golden spike. Correct?
That's right. Any scale, and yeah, uh, Australian locomotives. Um, I was going to say something, I forgot. Um, like most of the stuff, uh, okay, except for the track work, because you cannot just bring a turnout to your division meeting and say, "Look, I got a turnout." But you could do it for your buildings. You could do it for like. Um, I'm not sure that you could say, "Okay, here's my building and it's lit with a battery, like a 9-volt battery, and here's my building and I've got lights in it." I don't think that would work because it has to be part of the layout. So to be able to show that it's on a,
It's got to be plausible. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, that part for me was easy. You just put an LED inside the building, and that was, well, I did more than that, but I mean, it could be like that. And yeah, you could bring your 6 buildings over to your division meeting and say, "Listen, I've got those 6 buildings. Could they be part of my golden spike?" And normally they should. I brought 6 cars. Could they be part of the spike, golden spike? Yes. Okay, next. Okay, so basically I got to start doing my module of 2 feet by 4 feet now. And there's no requirement where, for example, your scenery has to be done with static grass, or one of the products I use is Martin Wilbert. That's a bit more expensive, but no, you could just use Woodland Scenics or do your own shrubs or things like that. And there's like the AP will ask you to, let's say if you got to build a tree. Well, not with the golden spike. It's 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 easy.
Okay, I've got a really interesting question here, because I don't know about yourself, but I'm not a huge paperwork fan. It's the least of my fun. How much paperwork was actually involved? Is it easy? Is it a one-page thing? What did you actually have to really fill out? In
0.
short, 0.
Yeah.
So that comes on to the next question. You could submit this stuff by email with pictures, stuff like that, quite easily.
I would say yes. Um, I mean, with what we've been through for the last almost 2 years now, some divisions or regions have started accepting pictures. So I don't know if every division works that way, but I was told that, yeah, you could you could send pictures, but how do they? I'm not too sure about that, but I mean they should accept like a small video or yeah, a bunch of pictures. And I don't know if you have to like write a little something saying, okay, this is my layout and it's 4 feet by 8 feet, 2 feet by 4 feet, and I've used this or that. I don't think so. Because like I said, there were two guys that came over, and when they walked in, one of them had a like a pad, and not necessarily he was mesmerized by what I had done, but he goes, everything's there. He goes, you've got push buttons for your tortoises. Can you show me if it works? And it just happened it worked. So, but I showed him my downtown street where the buildings were all lit up. He goes, okay. And he goes, can you run a train? Sure. And yeah, so there's no writing. And that's one thing like, for example, the AP structure and the AP scenery, I'm pretty sure I'm all done, except for the paperwork. And the paperwork, I've been pushing it and pushing it, and it's been 3 months now. It's yeah, it's something I don't like either.
Yeah.
Same as wiring.
So Martin, how's the chat looking over there on YouTube? Any questions you
so
can see?
over in YouTube land, Dan's Model Railroading Journeys asked. He's basically he's made a statement here of it's really the Golden Spike's like a gateway drug into the AP program, which it is. Once you get started and realise it's not that daunting, you'll go down bigger rabbit holes. And what do you also say here? My AP chair did want some kind of description about each one. So yeah, there was a little bit of paperwork with the AP program, but but it was good prep to getting ready for doing the AP reports. So yeah, that's about it. There's not so many questions here. They're just comments. A lot of people saying hello to each other. Ralph's lurking around in here, and a few others. Mark Stafford, Gary Kirby. Yeah, but that's about it for YouTube.
So Lloyd, just to recap on this, because it's something that I'm interested in, and I haven't got off my big backside from sitting here doing NMRAx, but I probably should. But realistically, anyone that's got a layout that's semi-operational, got some scenery, got some rolling stock and all that, should be applying to do their Golden Spike, correct? Like, from what you've just explained, 90% of us are already there. We've just got to apply for it. So if we're members, why not?
Exactly. And even if you don't have a layout, I know some people that have started buying rolling stocks. They started buying buildings. Some of them have started doing scratch building. I mean, you've already started. So just look up what's needed. And like I said, you need 6 buildings. Well, if you're going to have a train station, if you're going to have a yard, what do you call it? A yard, whatever, or you're going to have a house or any other buildings that you think you're going to be putting on your layout. Well, you've already, like, you're halfway done with section 2.
Yep.
And if you started working on some of the rolling stock, well, you're halfway done to section 1. So the only section left is 3, which is your rails. So you don't need a layout. As long as you've started something, just go forward and do it.
Cool. So, you got anything more over there on Facebook land?
No, there's not. I'm just gonna clip onto this because, like I said, I'm really keen for it. Realistically, if you're in Australia here and you've got a layout of some form, your best bet's and you're a member, jump on to the NMRA website. Find out who your local AP chair is. I know Jerry's the guy here for Australia, but there is a lot of other people that help Jerry out. If that falls through, reach out to your Div Super, and they'll put you in touch with someone that can help you go down this path. I think every member should be looking at doing this at some stage in their model career, so to speak.
Yeah, well, when we started, I mean, our club's got a modular layout that each of the members have built basically a module or a couple of modules. And when we first joined the NMRA, we all got our AP certificate just by using the modules we take to shows each month or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like you said, a lot of places may have all this already in place. It's just a matter of filling out a sheet of paper and giving it to someone.
And also, if you've got two people working on the same layout, one could do one section and another one could do another section. It's the same thing with modular. If you build your module, somebody else build their module, well, there you go. If your module is 2 feet by 4 feet, and you've got everything that, yeah.
Rowan has put a comment in here that the MMRs can help out as well, because they've usually gone through this process.
Yes, that's why when I joined the NMRA, which was it 3 years ago, I get to know who does what, and I've been asking a lot of questions, and those guys have the answers. The MMRs are there to help you. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know about you, Brad, if you've got nothing.
No, I think that's about it, but I'll tell you the truth. Lloyd, you've inspired me. I've just gone and printed out the paperwork for me Golden Spike and underlined a few things that I've already got ticked off and highlighted what I need to look at.
Good.
So,
there you go. Look out, Jerry. There's more paperwork coming.
Brad, I just have to look in back of you. I mean, you've got, I'm sure that's more than 2 by 4.
Yeah, like I said, it's the paperwork that deters me.
But there's no paperwork. There's no paperwork, Brad.
I've learnt, and this is why we come to these things. You've put a great clinic on for us, Lloyd. So I'd like to thank you for this. It's been great. You do some great work, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Martin, you got anything to add?
No, I'd just like to thank Lloyd for his time, and we will speak to him soon. So take care, Lloyd.
Well, take care, you guys.
Thanks, Lloyd.
And I was going to say good night, but no, well, for you guys, it's a good day.
It's almost lunchtime. Look, just before we cut to any ads, just want to remind everyone that we do have a virtual lobby going at the moment, and if you head over there, I do see Dave Abley's has got his stream going in there. So if you want to just see a bit of behind the scenes of what happens there with him, you can also see behind the scenes here in the studio. I've got a camera showing exactly what my control desk looks like for the day. So jump over there, have a chat to the guys that are kicking around. We'll roll some ads, and we'll be back shortly with the next clinic.
Does it look like this?
Not quite as technical as that. You've got to remember it's NMRAx, 4 members by members.
That's hang on. This is our ROB van, but yeah, Gordy wouldn't let us spend too much money on it, so this is what it looks like from the outside.
He could have gave it a paint job. He doesn't like handing in his pocket, does he?
No. Anyway, we will be back shortly.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, we're back here at the NMRAx studio for the Australian Virtual Convention for 2021. And while we were up in Canada speaking with Lloyd, we thought we'd stay in the neighbourhood and head over to Toronto and catch up with Ralph Renzetti. Ralph's got a nice little PowerPoint presentation and photos of a quite a neat little diorama he's done. And I think from this we could pick up a lot of weathering techniques. So without any further ado, Ralph, I'll hand it over to you, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Marty. Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. I'm really happy to be here, and I'll get right into it because this it's not the sort of thing that you normally see. It's not totally related to railroading, but every technique that is in it can cross over the lines, and it's very interesting. So here we go. Oh, I guess I better share screen first. Okay, so I'm calling this techniques and weathering. Really, it should be the other way around, weathering and techniques. But as you can see, the Volkswagen bus, it's a real junkyard type find diorama. The two locomotives are the one on the top right, the Union Pacific that's been patched out is an N scale, weathered by me, and the bottom left-hand one is an SD40 T-2 in HO scale that was done for Joe Fugate of Model Railroading Hobbyist. The whole idea behind this is to give you ideas. So this is my mystery bar find. My whole concept of modeling, and I've used this throughout my career, which goes back into the 60s, is a what if. What if? So you ask the question, and it depends on who you are. You may get some answers you don't want to hear, but I kind of like the answers that come back. They give me ideas, and what I've done is this barn, and you can see the detail. It's all there. The hinges are made up of tin foil. The lock is basic chain, a piece of plastic from a part sprue, and a small stapler wire cut to make the shackle on the lock. The actual nails that are in there are telephone wire, and then the rust added. And I'll explain the paint technique a little further on in this. So my modeling history, for as long as I can remember, I've always been a fan of custom models, custom cars, custom this, never building anything out of the box. It was always customize it, do something different. So my modeling, like I said earlier, goes back as far as the 60s, and I would hazard to guess probably even a little earlier, but that I wouldn't call modeling. I spent my youth customizing model cars and trucks. I don't think I've ever built one out of the box, like I said. One of the things that I do is I make sketches of my ideas. So here's a what if. This is a 1955 Chevrolet Cameo pickup truck. So my what if was, because in those days they didn't have the extended cab. So I extended the cab and I put a dual wheel axle on the back. So I had to put the bulge on the fender. I added the blister from a Corvette on the hood. Those are just small things that I've done. On this other one, it's a 1926 Ford pickup. Again, what if? extended cab. I couldn't get the dual wheels to fit, so I have wide drag slicks on it. So just to give you an idea of the process, there's the two cars. The 26 is not quite completed, but you get the idea from the drawing. So since I started in model railroading, I've leaned heavily on previously attained skills and so on. I brought everything from my custom cars forward into my model railroading. And there's a lot of things that there's no boundaries. They cross over. So I've used these skills to kit bash, scratch build, and just build my layout, regardless of medium or media I used. I always did something just out of the box. So there's 1944, done the same thing, extended cab, dual wheel at the back. The bed on this, the 1940 Ford, is coffee stir sticks. All the things we have around the house or things that we deal with each day, there is a lot more uses than what they were actually meant for. So I don't say don't throw everything away or don't save everything, but think about it. Can I use it on my railroad? Okay. Here in Toronto, we have a highway that splits the city, and it's policed by the local police. Our major highways that go across the top of the city is policed by our local police and provincial police. But the what if again? When I was a kid growing up, the highway that goes down and splits the city had a Corvette at what they called an interceptor. And as I grew older, I actually got to see the next level of interceptor that they had. It was a Z28 or Z28 Camaro, all decked out. So my what if is, here's a Ferrari Mythos. And I went to the extent of making the clipboard, the computer on the dashboard, between the seat, radio on the dashboard, and wired the engine and so on. Those are little things that you can use later. So the barn find. I've been asked to share this whole thing. Marty saw my project and asked me to share it. And this is what I'm trying to do here and trying to give you the ideas of how they can relate to model railroading. So as you can see, I have fun doing all this stuff. I've gone from building models to building competition models, like competing in custom car shows and stuff like that. So you end up thinking about, okay, so let's build a diorama. And a diorama is a whole new ball game. And if you're willing to go down the rabbit hole to achieve your end, more power to you. And I do it all the time, as long as you find your way back out again. So the what if theory comes up again multiple times. Every time I do something on my layout, I am not a prototype builder, although I like prototype buildings, but I'm not a prototype railroader. I'm a freelancer, or a proto-lancer is more in keeping with what I am. So with that in mind, I would hazard to guess at some point all of us have heard stories or have seen directly, like somebody found, or you heard that somebody found this almost like a gold mine in an abandoned barn. And what I mean by a gold mine is some fantastic item that's been stored away and forgotten until now. So my find takes us back to sometime after February 1989, but it started July 3rd, 1985. And as we progress into the presentation, it will become apparent what the find is and the significance of the dates. If well, you'll see. So, barn find, you got to have a barn. Well, nobody makes a barn in 1/24 scale, so you have to build it yourself. I'm lucky enough that I have a table saw and whole batch of scraps that I never throw out for whatever reason, but I cut all this wood for this project on my table saw. And there are certain techniques that you can do. Like if you are building the deck of something, you can take, on this one here, I took barbecue skewers, the bamboo barbecue skewers. I drilled holes the same diameter as the barbecue skewer, and I put knots in the wood. You can see them in the floor. If you use different types of wood or end grain or something like that, you'll get different colors in the panels. So this is built on cardboard, regular corrugated cardboard. And I figured the fact that I'm using this wood, which is fairly solid, like the side here is this piece is a 1/4 inch thick that comes out from the cardboard. It's almost 3/8 of an inch thick, the beam at the top all the way around. So it's going to hold the cardboard from warping. And I thought the floor would do the same because the floor was about maybe 3/32 thick. You can see the thickness of the boards there on the top. So then I used a stain that I made up from some shoe polish, shoe dye, and alcohol, and wash the wood, stain the wood. So one of the things that by doing dioramas and so on, and I worked in a hobby store, and my boss was classified as a master modeler. And he learned from people like Shep Payne, who was, I guess you could crown him the king of dioramas. His ideas transcended all kinds of genres and scales. He did a lot of military stuff, and that's where my boss was. But you can see here the knots in the floor. You can drill them straight in if you want, or you can drill them on an angle, and that way you get an elliptical shape. In this one here, I cut out a little bit of wood behind it. I also took my X-Acto knife and I scored in some wood grain. I also used a hacksaw blade to do the wood grain. After doing it with the X-Acto blade for a couple of boards, it got very tedious. So I figured there's got to be an easier way. And I found a hacksaw blade. So you can draw the hacksaw blade perpendicular to the board, just pull it down. And as you're coming down, just twist the blade on different angles, and the grain goes together and comes apart, and you get all the wavy lines. And when you put the stain on it, the stain goes into the grooves and accents them. So the one thing that my boss taught me was, when you build a diorama, you never build it square to the base. So with that in mind, I cut off this corner so that when this is displayed, it will be displayed from the cut off edge. So it's not square to the viewer. So here I have, after I did the stain, one of the things that from doing fine scale kits and so on, or any kind of wood kits, one of the things they tell you is do all your painting or staining before you glue it together, because once you glue it together, if you get any glue that oozes out over the joints and so on, that area won't be covered by the dye that you use or the stain. And it's true. So what I did intentionally was added some glue before I even put it together. I just put a little bit on the faces. I put some here. There's a little bit on the corner back there. Just so that when I put the stain on, we're talking an old barn. And the wood doesn't age completely the same, every board the same. It's always a little bit different. So that's how I got the difference in color. It's the same stain. The upper boards here on the upper half of the wall, they're about a 1/16 of an inch thick, just glued onto the cardboard. The lower part is plaster of Paris, glued to the cardboard. And when I do the wall, I paint it with a dark paint. And the paint that I use, I get it from one of the big box stores. And it's called Thorny Branch. It's a deep chocolate brown. And it's a latex. You don't have to buy hobby paint to do some of this stuff. I use this stuff around the house. So you paint the wall, the plaster of Paris, with the paint. And before it's really dry, you come back with a brush that's just got water on it and wash off the surfaces of the bricks or the blocks or the stones or whatever the wall's made out of. That way you take the paint off, the face, and the dark stays in the crevices or the joints of the stones. And that's how that's done. So it's small details. On this beam here, my whole idea is to put, they call it a chain fall or a block and tackle. So because it's been there for a while, the beam has sort of worn because it's being held up there by a chain. So I just carved off the corners with a knife. And it's all about the details. It really is. No matter how you work it out, the details are what make your displays. So I had a problem with a lack of available 1/24 scale details and parts and so on, other than buying model cars. That's pretty much what's 1/24 scale, or G scale locomotives and garden rail trains. It still doesn't give me the details. So a lot of them I made myself. The barrel was made out of flat stock styrene, and it was weathered with AK weathering pencils, which on NMRAx, the last time I did a demonstration of the pencils. The Coke machine, the crate here, which is a Jack Daniels crate, and there's one up on top, they were 3D printed, but they were painted with the weathering pencils, these two crates, and the wood grain was done with the pencils as well. As for the Coke machine, this technique anybody can use, and it doesn't matter if you want that look. The way it's done is using Tamiya paint. You paint a silver base, you seal the base with a gloss, and then you come back with the red paint. And in this case, the red paint was a flat red. It doesn't matter, but the flat red works best. And don't let it dry for more than 20 minutes. Anytime, once it feels dry, it's workable. You take a small paintbrush and you dip it into Windex, the original Windex, and you come back and you start on the corners and you wash. It actually washes off the paint like it's being worn. And that's how that silver comes through the paint. So it's something that you can use with model railroading. I really enjoy doing this stuff, dioramas and different things like this. Here we go with the details again. So this drum has the oil spill coming down. So where does the oil go? It starts to gather underneath the drum, and somebody's moved the drum, so there's an oil ring on the floor. That was actually done with a black enamel paint that was turned into a wash, and that's how I did that. So there's your close-up of the crates. I mean, it's not really detailed paneling of wood, but the lines are there, and it's enough to deceive the eye in thinking that it is wood. And if you have a printer, you can take a Jack Daniels label and scan it and print your own labels, which is what I did. So there's the block and tackle, which was also scratch built. The chain with a little bit of rusting powder up in here, and I use, when I have my rusting powders, I use Bragdon or AIM or Monroe powders, which are paint pigment. But for doing buildings like this, I have no problem with using pan pastels either. But for doing the locomotives, which I normally weather, I don't use pan pastels because they're not paint pigment, they're chalk. But again, it's details. This is just a piece of a paper clip that I cut and formed into one of those, I forget what you call it now, but to tie up your boat or whatever, to tie the rope on, and glued to the wall with a pin actually, and then crazy glued. So this is the main part of the barn, the outside, and the doors. So what I've done is I've taken basswood. This won't work if you use balsa wood. It has to be basswood because it stands up to the abuse you're going to give it. You can see the bottoms of the door of the panels are all frayed, and I've done that on purpose to make it look like a worn out door. Again, I've used the telephone wire as nails, but the main part of the wood grain here was done with a wire brush, stainless steel wire brush, or it's called a card file. And a card file is meant for cleaning your metal files, for cleaning the stuff out of the grooves. And it has a wire bristle that's about 1/4 of an inch long. And it's great for doing this. It's about 1.5 inches wide by about 4 or 5 inches long, the bristle part. So once I have all the boards done like this, then this process is it uses Vaseline, wax paper, varnish, and paint. So first off, you put a piece of wax paper down. I taped it down to a tabletop, and I spread Vaseline all over it. And then you come back with, in the first center picture there, you see white. I put white paint on the Vaseline. And of course, we're talking acrylic paint, so it's got a water base to it. It wants to bead up a bit because it's on an oil base, which is Vaseline. You just keep spreading it around, and eventually it does flatten out and spreads. And you take your boards, individual boards, and you place them. Well, first off, no, you can't place them yet. The individual boards are finished with a varnish first, so that nothing else goes through. I've done the stain, and now I do a varnish to seal it, And then I do, before I put it down, I take some gloss clear and just dab it all over the board, not evenly, just in random places, and then put it down on the Vaseline and the paint. And once I have a whole bunch of them there, I put weights on it, and I come back tomorrow, take the weights off, pull the boards off one at a time, and that's the effect you get. So you do the process again for the blue color, same thing. Now all I have to do is put some gloss finish on and put it down on the blue color that's been spread over the Vaseline. And another 5-6 hours, you take it off, and away you go. Now you have the 2-color paint scheme that's been chipping off like crazy. And that's the way the whole side of the barn looks. It's an easy process. It's time consuming, but it is easy to do. And it's really rewarding, I found. So now we're getting to some other details, and you can see the size of these things. They're not big, they're not small like HO either, but everything is scratch built. The paint pots are plastic tubing, cut to shape, bottom put on it. I forget the millimeter of the wire that I use to make the handles on the paint. I have got lids that I put into just slightly lower than the top to simulate a lid. And I was experimenting here, so I took a piece of 10 thou plastic styrene and cut it like it was a paint spill and painted it. And I scratch built the brush, and that ended up being my detail here with the paint pot fallen over. The brush fell out and dropped down onto the Coke machine. And as you go along, you're starting to add more details. So you've got your the crates down here. There's an old radiator down here. A little bit of straw on the floor. An old motorcycle in the back. An old gate. You can go crazy. And the labels for the paint pots, I printed them out on my wife's laser printer. I just shrunk them down. I got them off the internet, shrunk them down to the size I wanted, and there they are. As we say, Bob's your uncle. So if anybody knows Bob, he's my uncle too. So we're getting closer to the reveal of the car, but you can see all the details that have been added. This little guy, Wally, scratch built. There's a funnel, an oil funnel back here hanging on the wall, scratch built. These corrugated panels came from a cookie package that my grandkids had. And when I saw it, I thought, wow, that'll make perfect corrugated metal siding. So I grabbed it. Over here, there it is again. This saw blade, all that is a piece of acetate from a blister packaging that you get when you go to the big box stores. Everything's in plastic these days. So I cut it, made it look like a saw blade, and rusted it up. It was clear plastic, so I just added my colors of paint. I had some scrap pieces. I have no idea what they were. Oh, I know what it was. It was the rim off the top of a prescription bottle that I put on top of the car. Now, you can see it's under a tarpaulin, so it's been hidden for a while. So here we go. Finally, you can tell what car it is. Maybe everybody knows what car it is. I don't. If I saw this, I'd know it right away. So this is another technique that you can use for doing car loads. And it works out beautifully. So I built this car. I put all kinds of detail into it. Like I said, I never do anything from the box. I customize. So I put umpteen tons of detail, and the only details you're seeing are these little things here and a little bit over there. Everything else is inside the car, and it's covered by a tarpaulin. And I thought of that afterwards. Why the hell did I do all of that? But that's me. So the technique that I used here is you take the plastic wrap that they use for cooking, saran wrap, you wrap the car. Now I had to make sure that I didn't put it over top of this Mr. Blender or Mr. Fusion that's on the back of the car. It had to go around because that's where I wanted the tarpaulin to be lifted to. So you wrap it with saran wrap, and then you take Kleenex or facial tissue, and you put it in place and coat it with a mixture of, doesn't matter, 50-50, 60-40 mix of white glue and water. And I put on about 3, 4, 5 coats and let it dry. In some areas I wanted to make sure it hung properly. So I have some little clips that I use for holding parts together. I put it on the edge of the Kleenex just as weight to pull it down like gravity would do. And the same over here. There's a couple of clips down below this. So that's how that works. And you can do this on rail car loads to hide them. They don't even have to be a proper load, just a basic shape, because you're covering it with a tarpaulin. So here we go, more details. There's a bird's nest, a little bit more of the straw. This hook here, if you're familiar with Back to the Future, the second edition, or was it the first edition? I guess it was the first one, where he put the hook up because he was trying to catch the hydro wire that they strung to the clock tower to get the lightning strike so that they would have that boost of power to go over 80 miles an hour to go into the future. So the hook is on top so that it was stored in the garage as well. Wally was scratch built. The hockey stick was scratch built. And because I played hockey, I just didn't put two pieces of wood together. I had to make it the same way the hockey companies, the hockey stick manufacturers make it. So in this one stick took me about 4 hours to do, just to get it right. So there is the finished model. And like I say, it's all about details. So what I've tried to do was to include a whole bunch of things. Since it's Back to the Future, there's Biff's car detailing sign. There's a DeLorean poster in the back here. There's a calendar on the wall, and I believe I can't remember now, I think it's October 24th. And I don't remember the year, but the year the DeLorean was first introduced is circled on the calendar. The license plates all have significance. Obviously, where is it? That one there. That one says out of time. The one on here, because it was the second movie, the second version of the car with the Mr. Blender on the top, is a barcode. And then there's the Star Wars helmet. That's also resin printed and weathered. And this little guy, I just cut him out of a chunk of wood, covered him with putty and so on, and just painted him up. There's a two-man handsaw up there. There's another poster in the back there, which was the Back to the Future poster in the corner. The hockey stick is in the corner here. I still have the Coke bottles to do. I haven't done them yet. It's because they're so small. Putting the decals on the bottles. Right now, my hand is not working too well, but so the idea with my diorama was not just an abandoned barn find with the gold mine. I wanted to incorporate as many movies or TV shows or things like that as possible. So along the top here are all these license plates, and they all have a significance to me anyway, as I was growing up. And this is what you get. The 6H96472, that's Biff Tannen. That's the guy that was after what's his name in the movie? Michael J. Fox. And then over here we have Caddyshack. The Lin 274 is gone in 60 seconds. There's two Stark plates up here, Stark 11 and Stark 4, and that's Iron Man, obviously. Down at the bottom is Miami Vice, the ZAQ 178, and then Bandit 1, Smoking a Bandit, or Ban 1. And this one here is Psycho, or Psycho. Bates Motel. Psycho was the name of the movie. And there was another one in there. That's Jurassic Park. I forget. There's another one just out of view here, but those are the main ones. So there's your two plates. So it's not so much that I'm out of time, but that's it for my presentation. If anybody has any questions, bring them on, and I will try and answer as many as possible.
Okay, well, there's a few posts here in YouTube, so we'll have a look at those first. Bruce Wilson was asking about the Vaseline technique for the wood.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think he missed a bit there or something. He said, I don't quite understand how the paint is adhering to the wood if it's all coated with Vaseline. So maybe if you can go over that.
Okay. The wood is not actually covered in Vaseline. The wood is covered in a clear varnish first, after it's stained. So with no paint on it, it looks like that, but it's covered with varnish. Then you put Vaseline on a piece of wax paper, and you put the paint color on the Vaseline, and then with a gloss varnish, you dab it on your boards, just on the one side that you're going to put down on the Vaseline paint. That's it. When the gloss picks up the paint.
Okay, so you'll put the Vaseline down on the wax paper, then and it'll give you a smattering of it, then,
yep.
And then dab it on afterwards. Okay. Cool. What else we got here? There's not much else over here. It's all pretty quiet. You got much on in Facebook, Brad, or? Oh.
I at one time did a how to create a yard critter, and I had it all stepped out. I had all the explanation. I had photographs. I took the photographs and I actually put like paint marks on in paint, and I sent it to Model Railroader. I sent it to Model Craftsman. This was long before
Yep.
the new owners of Craftsman, and both of them returned it back and said, "We don't do this kind of stuff. We don't do this kind of stuff." And then we have a Canadian magazine which is similar. So I sent it to them, and the guy sent me an email before doing anything, and he said, "Ralph," he says, "I'm sorry, but we can't use this." So I sent an email back and I said, "Did you even look at the DVD that I sent you? Did you look at some of the techniques I put in there? Because every time I look at a magazine, whether it's related to my hobby, if I see something I can use, I snafu it and I put it up here in my memory bank, and away I go and use it in my hobby." I said, "Have a look at what I've done." He looked at it and it didn't come back. 2 hours later, "We're going to print it." And then on top of that, at the bottom of the email, he says, "Can you make one of these locos for me?" So I did.
Well, I must admit, I've got a couple of Victorian Railways F-class shunters that made their way over to Ralph with a couple of photos, and they come back looking exactly like what they look in the photos. So yeah, I can attest to some of the weathering skills that you have. But no, that was. Bruce is saying, "Oh, he goes, I got it like pad printing."
Yeah, sort of.
Sort of.
Sort
Yeah.
of. Yeah.
Okay.
So when you're doing dioramas like this, we talk about stuff in model railroading, and I always promote using a prototype photograph. Prototype photograph. It's not meant that you have to copy it exactly, but it's a guide for you. And if you use it as a guide, you won't overdo it.
Yes.
When you're doing a diorama, you have, the whole world's your oyster. You can do whatever you want. You can experiment and play around and refine a process before you bring it into your railroading.
Yes, I think that's the beauty about doing those little dioramas and the likes is they're good practice for when you actually do stuff on the layout. So
Like I'm working on a couple of things right now. I don't know whether you're going to see this very well, but this thing is a naval mine.
Yep.
But I've done it in such a way that it's got like barnacles on it.
Yes, yeah, I can see that. Yep.
And then I'm going to have this little figure sitting on top of it.
Okay.
So, I like playing around. But when it comes
So I
to
know
my railroad,
all of your dioramas all have a topical sort of feel to them, either a futuristic or a what they call it, post-apocalyptic.
yes, like the Volkswagen. I did a second Volkswagen, which was beyond. It was like beyond Mad Max.
Yes.
The hover bus that actually did hover.
Yes. Yeah.
And the day I brought it to put it on display at the contest, the hovering unit blew a fuse. So I couldn't hover it.
That's Murphy's Law.
I still won, though.
That's the main thing. That's the main
Absolutely.
thing. Okay, let me have a look here. So, Brad, has anything popped up over on Facebook? It's
no questions, but there's a comment there from the British region of the NMRA. I think everyone's just awestruck by Ralph's skills, and I do believe that. I look at some of the work and just I'm blown away.
Yes.
I thank you very much, but anybody can do this, and it's just a matter of how can I explain it the best? If you took a computer and you gave it to a child, they would have no qualms at all about doing anything they wanted. Give it to an adult, and they would be afraid to break it.
Yep.
By doing the wrong thing, where the child doesn't have those inhibitions. They're wide open to anything. And it's the same in modeling. You have to want to think outside the box, and you have to keep going there. That's why I talk about going down rabbit holes. Marty, you know all about rabbit holes. The one thing about it though is it helps you in your modeling, because you try different things. If it doesn't work, fine, but then you try something new or something different.
Yes, well, I took your advice, and whilst at one of our buy and sells, picked up a whole bunch of $1 and $2 pieces of junk, most people would call them, and practice weathering on those. And I'm looking at a few of them. I've got some techniques down, but I think a lot more practice is needed before we start hitting anything that's worth substantial value.
You can weather anything. You can
Yes.
take a pop can like this and dull coat it and weather it. And when I say dull coat, I don't mean the product dull coat. I mean a matte finish.
Yes.
If you want to use dull coat, that's up to you, but a matte finish. You can make that can look like it's rusting away if you really want to for weathering.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So if there's nothing over there in chat, Brad, we might wind her up.
Shoot that video.
Yeah. How about
Yep.
what we'll do is we'll roll a video. Ralph gave us a short 3 to 4 minute video, I think it is, with just some
That's
of his
right.
work. So we'll roll that, and then we'll come back and I think we're going to restart the stream. But we'll see if there's any questions after that. Hey.
Not a problem. Go for it. Okay, so we're back in the studio here with Ralph, and yeah, there's some sensational weathering stuff in those photos. One that always gets me is that burnt effect that you get on where they've had an engine fire or whatever in that particular loco.
Mm-hmm. I did it on two of them, the black one and the like the CN one and the CP one, Canadian Pacific. It was fun to do, trying to replicate a photograph, and getting the colors right. But again, like I said, if you don't try it, you'll never know if you can actually do it.
Exactly. You got to, and like you said to me, I'd say to anybody, go out and buy some old rolling stock at the next buy and sell, and have your junk box there, and just practice on that, and then eventually you'll get the skills up, and you'll be willing to attack something that's got a bit more value about it. But yeah, no, that was great. So there's no other questions that have come up here on YouTube. Is there anything you got in the old Facebook over there, Brad? Or okay, well, we might wind this. Well, thank you very, very much, Ralph, for your time and showing us your skills. We may have to do something, I reckon, on this this Vaseline and the chipping paint effect, and maybe do a clinic
Absolutely.
on the different because there's about 3 or 4 different methods, isn't there, of doing like that chipping paint?
Chipping paint, yep. One's hairspray, one is some companies have the chipping solution. You really have to be careful which one you get. It's not, to me, it's not worth spending the money because I can't get the chipping solution to work properly.
Yep.
It worked better for me using just a regular hairspray,
Cool.
in a pump spray, and then
And go
So
from
yeah, I can do that.
It's not a problem. Well, we're going to wind it up here now. Thank you very much again, Ralph, for your time from the Australian guys here. Now we got a bit of housekeeping to go through. We're going to have to do a restart. We're going to have to restart the stream. So, like I said earlier on, good old Facebook decides that we've gone over our limit. So before we reach that limit, we're going to restart and come back. So if you're subscribed to the YouTube channel and you've clicked the notifications bell, you'll get a message come back to you saying that we're now live and giving you the link to go to. If you're on Facebook, hang in there, go back to the NMRA Facebook page, and you'll see a link come up shortly with the new feed in there. So we're going to do that, and then I believe we're coming back with our first Australian presenter for the day, and it's Arthur Hayes. Mm-hmm. So we'll see you guys in about 3 or 4 minutes.